loudly and clearly into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, all. I'm Investigator Brittany Abel with the Tallahassee Police Department.
All right, and how long have you worked with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Approximately 13 years.
And what, what position are you in?
Currently, I'm an investigator with the Criminal Intelligence Unit.
How long have you been an investigator with the Criminal Intelligence Unit?
Approximately a year.
A year, okay. Were you the lead detective on this case or investigator on this case?
Yes, I was.
And what are some of your duties as the lead investigator on a case, just generally?
Patrol responds to a case and they complete their report, then I would be assigned it if it meets our criteria in the Violent Crimes Unit.
Okay. And then in this case, just walk us through how did you get onto this case?
I was assigned the case.
Okay. And what did you do upon being assigned the case?
The first thing the most important thing was to obtain the surveillance video, was my first task.
Okay. Let me just ask you this really quickly before we get into what you did. What happens in an investigation when a witness cannot identify the suspect and there's not an arrest made on the scene?
That's what, if there's further follow-up to be completed, that's when I would be assigned the case to obtain surveillance video, talk to witnesses, so on.
Got it. So is that why you were assigned to this case?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Got it. All right. So surveillance video. So do you go to Circle K to get the surveillance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Upon getting there, did you verify the time on the surveillance?
I did on the current system they had, and I recognized that it was 36 minutes off at the time.
Okay. And how were you able to recognize that the time was off?
Because it's just common for investigators to check that, because it happens often that systems are off within stores. So we check what the current time is versus the system time. So that's when I noticed, I think it was 36 minutes fast.
Okay. So if we see a time on the surveillance that says like 1 a.m.,
right,
based on your investigation, what time would it have actually been?
It was approximately like 12:30 a.m.
Okay. All right. Do you know what time the 911 call was made in this case?
Yes, it was at 12:34 a.m. on October 4th, 2019.
Okay. And what time, or do you know what time the first officer arrived on scene in this case?
Officer Bartholomew arrived at 12:48 a.m.
Say it one more time.
Officer Bartholomew arrived at 12:48
So about
a.m.
10 minutes later, roughly?
Objection. Counsel testify. Please ask the questions to the witness, Ms. James.
Is that about 10 minutes later, roughly?
14 minutes to be
14.
exact.
Got it. All right. The body camera, I want to talk about that and the time at the top of that. Is the time at the top of the body camera an accurate time?
Yes, it's accurate.
What time zone or?
It's UTC time or Zulu time. And that's usually 4 to 5 hours off based on daylight savings time.
Okay. So that time would that time not be accurate based on the time zone?
It's accurate as a universal time, but as far as what time it was in Tallahassee, yes, it was, I believe, 4 hours or fast.
Okay. So based on your investigation, I just want to make this clear. Based on your investigation, what time frame are we dealing with in this case?
12:30 a.m.
Okay. What time did the call end on this case?
I believe the Officer Bartholomew cleared the scene about 1:20 a.m. based on dispatch.
Okay, so you just testified, you believe it started.
Counsel's testifying. James, please rephrase, Ms. James.
Did you just testify?
Objection. Counsel's testifying. The rule, she can finish her question.
Did you just testify about what time it started? What time the call came in?
Yes.
Okay, and what time was that?
12:34 a.m.
Okay, and what time did the call end?
1:20 a.m.
Okay, so that would that be our time frame for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
call?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty, I want to move into your investigation now. So you told us already that you got the surveillance footage, then what do you do?
I obviously try to identify the suspect in the video.
And how do you go about that?
I took photos from the surveillance video and released them to our police department social media pages.
Okay, and through investigative means, were you able to identify who the suspect was?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you identify that person as?
The defendant?
Would that be Chase Morris?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see Chase Morris sitting in the courtroom today?
I do, over here in the black suit, gray tie.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record shall reflect.
All right, so what else, if anything, did you do to investigate this case?
I did follow-up interviews with the victim, witnesses, took photographs, reviewed body cam.
Did you conduct a photo lineup with the victim?
Yes, I did.
And please refer to Mr. Thompson.
Yes, I showed Mr. Thompson a photo lineup.
Okay, and who is the victim in this case?
Tola Thompson.
Okay, all right, so when did you show Mr. Thompson that photo lineup?
October 25th, 2019.
And when did this incident happen?
October 4th.
In your interview with Mr. Thompson, was he able to make an identification?
He was not.
Did he make any comments to you about the photo lineup or the identification?
I did not administer the photo lineup, but I was told that he was unable to make a identification.
When you were interviewing Mr. Thompson, can you tell us what was his demeanor when you're interviewing him?
He's a just very calm and collected individual. Did Mr.
Thompson bring anything to the interview with you?
Yes, he brought his medical paperwork.
Did Mr. Thompson give you, I don't know, any problems when you were trying to interview him?
No, ma'am.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Thompson had any memory issues?
No, ma'am.
Throughout your investigation, did you learn anything or have anything pointing to Mr. Thompson being under the influence of anything at all?
No, ma'am.
And through your investigation, did you ultimately learn that it was Chase Morris that had struck Tola Thompson?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
And was Chase Morris ultimately arrested for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And on what day was that?
November 1st, 2019.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Investigator Morris, if you could look at that disc for me. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's my follow-up interview with Mr. Thompson.
And is that the interview you just told us a little bit about?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know that that's what's on that disc?
It's a disc I reviewed and initialed.
When you reviewed that disc, did it appear to be edited or altered in any way?
No, ma'am. It was our full interview.
Okay. Did it appear to be an accurate depiction of what you sort of just told us about and what you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, state would enter into evidence. State 9, right?
Any objection as to states 9? States 9 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
May I approach the witness, sir?
You may. Members of the jury, please give your attention to your screens as Ms. James is going to publish the next video.
Cannot see. There we go. There we go. Is everybody able to see it, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. And they'll be starting in just a second, Judge. It just, they weren't in the room yet, so that's why it's black on the screen.
It's got an automatic light in it.
Yeah, it does. I'm just gonna see if I can help us out a little here. There we go.
Judge, no objection to the state helping us out here.
Very good.
If you want mine, you can see here. I got a whole team already. Let me grab my case and my notepad.
Okay.
Need anything more? Once again, thanks for coming out. I have a couple questions. Going over the report, the officer briefly just said that, let's see that one, exchanged words with him beforehand. Can we go into a little more detail, like how was he acting, what was he saying? Can you tell me a little more about that, because it's very just like broad.
I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit, Judge, if that's okay. It's just really
Yeah,
loud.
your audio is a little hot.
No, I was, let's see. I went to the gas station. I was on my way home. I was a family homecoming weekend. I said, well, let me get some gas before homecoming gets going and their town is really crowded. So let me stop here, get some gas. So I stopped to get some gas. I was at the pump. These folks came out of the gas out of the store, very loud, making noise, and then this guy, when he got in the car, and the guy came over to me,
Like,
and,
why?
and then we started. He's like, we started exchanging words, and he got in my face, and I was like, look, not tonight, not tonight. I just wanted to see that. So I was like, just trying to de-escalate it.
What was he saying? Like, can you tell me anything? Like, did you know he wanted to fight when he came over? Or just help me understand that part a little bit.
Right. They came, like I said, they came out making noise, very loud noise. They were very loud, and I said, "Can y'all just turn it down?" And then
Is that while he's at the store, or is he almost to you at that point?
I don't know where he was at it because I was at the gas pump.
Okay.
I'm at the second gas pump, of the gas pump from the street.
Yeah.
And so he, like I said, I guess his reaction to me saying, "Bring it down, can you all be quiet?" Led to him coming directly to me around the pump and out of the store to the pump.
Okay. Was anything said at the pumps?
Yes.
As far as
Yes, it's like, you got something to say, you got, and I'm like, really? I'm
like you said earlier, not
yeah, not just go away from, please go away from here. Just not tonight. Just go away from here with it. And then he just kept on, and I thought he was actually turning to leave. Then he turned around like he was going to leave. Then he turned. Then he swung on me.
Okay.
And then he hit me in the lip, and then he ran and jumped on the truck.
Okay.
Right.
Is this still swollen at all?
Not at all.
Can you tell me about your wrist? What ended up happening with that?
I got hit in the lip. I can only tell you that my best guess is that, in terms of backing up, going back and trying to break a fall, that I used my left hand to try to break my fall. My glasses came off. I held it back, my glasses came off, and I went back a little bit.
Okay. And when he hit you in the face, was it an open hand, closed fist?
I'm assuming it was close fist.
So enough to make you fall backward, obviously. Okay. And then, as far as I understand, you've had surgery. What did the doctor say was going on?
No, I went home. The police came and asked me for one of the EMT, and I did not at the time. I was just it started swelling, and I was just thinking it was going to swell. It was just a sprain, and it was swelling up.
Okay.
So I went home. I put some ice on it. I went to bed. I woke up the next morning. I looked at my wrist. It was down a little bit, but it was still paining, and it was still looking a little different. So about 8 o'clock in the morning, I said, start thinking I better let me go see what's going on with my wrist. So I went to patients first. They had a look at my wrist. They took some x-rays on it, and they said, your wrist is fractured or it's broken. We can't put a cast on it here. So we can make a referral. And we can make a referral for me next week. And so I said, okay. And so I called the place that they were going to make a referral to, and I got in the morning to see them that morning. And so they made some more x-rays. And the doctor looked at it and he said, well, we just can't put a cast on that. It's pretty broken pretty bad, and you're gonna have to have surgery. So I had surgery on Tuesday.
Okay. And what doctors did you see?
Williams, I don't know the first doctor's name at TLC, but Williams, Steve, Dr. Wilson. And that's just aftercare kind of thing, but.
Okay. Do you mind if I make a copy of this?
Sure.
Alright. I'll do that while you're looking at the lineup. And this is who actually performed the surgery. He's got one of those names that both names are. And is this the
Yeah, that's what they said.
distal radius fracture?
Yeah.
Do you have any further like paperwork with them?
I do, but I don't have it with me until I have seen, I have, the medical bills from, Blue Cross Blue Shield. I have the medical bills from, Tallahassee Alex, TLC Surgery Center.
Okay. Anything you think that someone could email me or
I can scan it,
fax it?
I can scan it and email it to you.
Okay.
I can get that to you on Monday. Okay. And I also, I just went through my debit card, just, I could print it out. I just wrote down all of our out-of-pocket payments.
Yeah, like I said, make sure you keep track of them. And then as far as you're aware, no more, I know you have a follow-up today, but no more surgeries that you should be done.
know.
And you've never seen this person before, you don't know this individual?
Never, ever.
Okay. And do you believe you'd be able to pick him out of the lineup?
I think I have an idea what he, a general idea what he looks like. I know his height is about my height. He was a little, about my size. So,
Well, we'll at least give it a try.
Yeah.
You'd like to, correct? Okay. All right, another investigator who has nothing to do with the case, is going to come in and show you the lineup, just to say that he, does know who the suspect is either. So, he's going to show you the lineup. Do you have any questions for me now? And while you're doing that, I'll make a copy of this and get it back to you.
All right.
Okay. And he'll explain the whole process.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be back with you shortly.
Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Looks like I'm better than you are, right?
Today.
Today. All right. Hey, my name's Dan.
Hi, Dan.
It's nice to meet you. You're total of Thompson.
Yes,
I got it right here. I work with investigators here at the police department. We work in the same unit, but I haven't been involved in your case at all. I don't know any of the details, specific details about it at all. And because of that, I'm an independent administrator of these photographs. I can show them to you without any bias or any hints to give them to you as to who this person is or isn't, what they did or they didn't do. I don't know any of those types of things. So this form has some instructions for me to read to you. I have a copy of those instructions for you. This is yours to keep and to take with you today. Okay? Your name is Tola Thompson, T-O-L-A Thompson. This is TDD case number 19-151751. Today is October 25th. It is 9:47 a.m. Okay. So I'll read these to you. You start right there. Okay. You will be asked to do a series of photographs of individuals. The person of interest might or might not be in this photo array. I do not know the person of interest's identity. Do not feel compelled to make an identification. It is as important to exclude innocent persons as it is to identify perpetrator. The department will continue to investigate the incident with or without an identification. Individuals presented in the series may not appear exactly as they did on the date of the incident because features such as head or facial hair are subject to change. The photographs will be shown to you one at a time in these folders. There are some blank photos in the series. This is part of the normal process. Take as much time as you need to examine each photo. If you make an identification, I will continue to show you the remaining photos in the series. If you do identify someone, I will have you designate the photo of the person you have identified. Since this is an ongoing investigation, you should not discuss the photographic lineup, procedures, or results with anybody else, okay? If you would. This has asked for you to initial here in that one that you received these instructions there. On that one right there, sir. Okay. Do you understand each of these instructions and everything?
Yes.
You don't have any questions about them? Okay. And this there. Would you like to see him again, or is there any reason why you would want to see him again? No. Okay. All right, some follow-up questions to all of it. How many photos were in the photo array, do you remember? I didn't ask you to pay attention at that time, so, okay, I'll just tell you. There's 6 photos and the 2 blanks in there. Right. Now, then ask us to choose from the following options regarding the photo array, and I'm going to check the one that says I'm unable to select any photograph as being the person who, and then ask to fill in the blank. You want to provide any description to me about what happened or why you were here or anything like that? No. Okay. We can leave it like there then. Okay. repeat your name where it says. That's your name. And you are swearing that all that information is true and accurate, because I checked, I indicated that there were 6 photos in the array, you were unable to identify anybody, and that you initially, you understood those instructions. So, Mr. Thompson, I hope that you feel better, and everything goes okay. I hope that you get well, all right, and whoever that is there. And I'm gonna go, that should repeat, I'm gonna go and return all this to Investigator Abel, and then she'll be back in here in just a minute to talk to you. Okay? Thank you, sir.
I understand you, were unable to identify him.
We have all over the place, so like haircuts and everything.
I know,
Just-
like I said,
It's tough. So I do understand the importance of not picking the wrong person.
Here is my email on the back of my card here for when you find that paperwork or, okay. And, obviously anything you feel comfortable sending me so I can put in the case file as far as not, because that obviously may change the charge.
The 2 pin,
Okay. You have 2 pens in it?
yes.
Okay. So yes, I would, be interested in that paperwork.
Okay.
And then do you have any questions for me?
How's the investigation going? How do you feel about it? You talked to the clerks and witness. I talked to them, so.
Yes, I've spoke to, the clerks, and obviously I've been over at Circle K a lot. Definitely get that video.
I used to, but I have not been since. I'm just not scared to go, but I just have not.
Okay. So no, like I said, I'm gonna continue to work this. I feel good about it. Obviously, there's a big difference between a case with no pictures of a suspect and pictures of a suspect. So, I will definitely be in contact with them. I do feel good about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, I'll walk back downstairs.
If there's no objection from the defense, I believe it's just, yeah.
You can stop the video.
And that's all the questions I have for her right now, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
How are
How are
you?
you doing, sir?
Good. Help us with some time.
Okay. I'll try
So the, and if you could, for the jurors, we've had almost a year or longer kind of separation from courts and cases and things like that. Body worn cameras came online. I think Officer Bartholomew said they were tested in 2018, coming into 2019, and then at some point in 2019, everyone had cameras.
Sounds Correct.
Fair. I'm
Yeah,
not holding you to
fair.
the specifics. You
Okay.
didn't do the purchase order. So let's talk about time. And I want to make sure we get this clear because I went up to Officer Bartholomew yesterday and was asking him about the time on the body worn camera.
Okay.
It had an appearance of being much later than the surveillance footage. And so hopefully you can clear that up for us. How about that?
Okay.
So you had a base time, and I'm going to use base time as to whatever you're relying on to measure the other times. In other words, the Circle K surveillance time, the body-worn camera time, the catalog times. And so I want the jurors to understand the variations in those and how what you used as a base and how you can rely on them.
Okay.
If you could explain that.
Obviously, the most correct would be our dispatch time, which was when the 911 call was came in, and then the incident was created by our dispatch. And
That's okay.
so that happened between 12:34 and
And
12:38.
And I'm actually very curious about this. If you explain to members of the jury, how do we know that's a reliable time? What is the mechanism to?
The 911 call takers immediately enter things in the system as they're on the phone with whoever's called
So
in.
is there a clock in their computer system that
Yes.
logs the time?
Yes,
And what is the base, what is that time based on?
based on Eastern time, Tallahassee time.
No, but I mean, is there like, and I've got a whole list here,
Mhm.
simple Google, so I don't understand it completely, but I want to make sure the jury does. So the base time, you're using a set time, which would be what the dispatch time was, and that's what you're using as a base.
That's what I started with to get the surveillance video.
Okay. And what was the variation between the base time and the surveillance video? Roughly. I'm not holding you to split seconds or in minutes.
It was within a couple minutes of the incident occurring that the first 911 call came in.
Okay. So you compare that to the catalog,
Mhm.
and you're using that, that's also called a dispatch log, right?
Yes,
Okay. All right. And so that's the variation with the surveillance and the base or dispatch time, right?
right. When I got the surveillance video, saw that it was 36 minutes fast. It came back to about 12:32 a.m., which is pretty consistent with the 911 call coming in a couple minutes later.
And so let's now compare that and go to a greater distance in time.
Okay.
The body worn camera time.
Right.
So what was and if you know, and I'm not holding you to sit here and calculate it, what was the time from the base time, the dispatch time, and the body worn camera time?
It's going to be the universal time, which is, I believe at the time was 4 hours fast.
Okay. And there's actually, there are a few apps where you can do conversions
I would
and things
object to
like that.
counsel testifying.
Sustain, please rephrase.
So the base time is in comparison to the surveillance was 36 minutes, is that right?
Investigator Abel, please give an
Yeah.
audible answer.
Sorry, I thought he wasn't done. Yes, sir.
That's fine. So tell the members of the jury how the body worn camera tracks time.
Once again, it's the universal global time is the easiest way to describe it. So if you removed 4 hours off of Officer Bartholomew's body worn camera, it would be roughly about 12:48 a.m., I would imagine, when he arrived on scene. His camera would have started.
And that cross checks with the base time, the dispatch time.
Yes,
And then the time difference between the dispatch time and the surveillance time, you calculate that. So you have all the times laid out.
right. They're all matching up at this point.
Okay. And so there, do you know that is this particular Zulu time, is this based on the 0 meridian Greenwich, England mean time, Greenwich Mean Time, GMT?
I believe it's Greenwich Mean, yes.
Okay, and the reason
But
asking-
I'm not an expert in it, but it's
Right.
it's the universal, yeah.
I will absolutely admit, nor am I.
Okay.
In this case, though, I'm going to just go through these and see, because evidently there's some variation to a degree. So Greenwich Mean Time, International Time, is that the same thing?
Judge, I would object to relevance at this point. I think it's been made clear.
Overruled, but we do need to get to the point, Mr. Pumphrey.
Okay. And so in your report, did you ever calculate, because you captured the 36 minutes roughly. Did you capture the difference between the Zulu time and the base time?
No, I mean, documented it anywhere? I mean, no, I don't need to, because I just know the body worn camera's time is that way.
And that's because you're trained.
Yes.
Okay, all right. No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, sir. Okay, sir.
Will investigator Abel be recalled at any point?
Not by the state.
Mr. Pumphrey? She will not be recalled at any point.
I don't proceed.
Investigator Abel, you can step down. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
State may call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
All right. Members of the jury, now that we have hit the noon hour and the state has rested its case, I will give you your lunch break. There is a cafe within the courthouse and also 2 delis downtown if you wish to remain close. Of course, you also can obtain your vehicle as well if you would like to go somewhere else. You will have until 1:30 to enjoy your lunch. And at that point, please report back to the courtroom. The bailiff will collect you and the trial will resume. Enjoy your lunch. Everyone can be seated. Is the defense making any motions at the resting of the state's case?
I am, Judge. You have just a moment. Judge, may Mr. Morris be seated?
You may.
And Judge, may I be seated on?
You may.
Judge, I'm just going to do this orally.
Okay.
So Judge, at this time, on behalf of Mr. Morris, respectfully move the court for a judgment of acquittal. In this particular case, pursuant to Rule 3.380 of Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure and Section 776.032, 766.012. And Judge, in this particular case, we haven't raised those last 2 issues. Judge, I would just like to ask the court to consider at this instance a motion for judgment of acquittal as to these charges. And then I've got a couple of other motions that I'll address separately from this. Your Honor knows the standard. It's been around forever, Lynch v. State. So in light most favorable to the non-moving party, that's my motion.
Right, state response.
Judge, I believe the felony battery, great bodily harm statute, or the jury instruction, all the elements have been met by the state. The state put on evidence that Mr. Morris actually and intentionally touched or struck Tola Thompson against his will. ID is not an issue, and so when you look at the testimony that's been presented, I believe that element has been met. The second one, Chase Morris and caused Tola Thompson great bodily harm, permanent disability or permanent disfigurement, and then obviously the instruction that it does not include mere bruises. Mr. Thompson has a permanent scar on his hand. He testified on his wrist. He testified that he can no longer do things like a push-up, and he could do that before. The injury that was caused by Mr. Morris, he testified that he had to have surgery. He's got 2 pins in his wrist. The medical records are in evidence. So at this time, Judge, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I do believe the state has met its burden.
And I will deny the motion for judgment of acquittal, but it certainly can be re-raised at any point after the defense's case or at the conclusion of any rebuttal case if the state is going to present it. You have other motions, Mr. Pumphrey?
Judge, I have 2, and these are, first, based on discussions last night, I'm going to make a motion for mistrial on cumulative error, just tagging back all the objections and everything else. And being specific with that motion, when I say tag and everything, all the sustained objections throughout the case from this point backwards until we started. And that's all I have on that one, Judge.
Right, any response from the state?
No, sir.
All right, as to the form of the questions by the prosecutor and the objections being sustained on those grounds, do not believe any potential error would rise to a level where the defendant cannot obtain a fair trial or has not obtained a fair trial thus far, so the motion for mistrial is denied.
Judge, I'm going to make a due process motion, and this is more COVID related, and I'm putting that on the record. I've been a trial lawyer now for, a year or 2 years. It'll be we're almost a quarter of a century. I've never had to try a case with a mask. I've tried cases in churches in McCullough County, all over the state. I've done hearings and things. And as a trial attorney, nonverbal communication is a cue that is a very big issue for us as trial lawyers, both the state and the defense, but specifically the defendant is the one in jeopardy. And this is my first post-COVID trial wearing a mask. And although it's uncomfortable, everything else, there are pros and cons to it. The pros are the health issues, although I'm fully vaccinated and plan to stay that way if there are any booster shots. I think everybody else should do the same. And I understand the health concerns. I understand the Supreme Court's rulings. And so, but in looking at the jurors, it's hard to discern what their facial expressions are when certain issues come up, whether they be evidentiary, whether they be testimony, whether they be cross-examination. And as a trial lawyer, part of our art is looking at the jurors and seeing their reaction to certain things. Judge, I understand why the courts require masks. I can appreciate that. I still have a duty, though, to preserve any issues on behalf of my client. He is the one in jeopardy. He is the one that, depending on the jury's verdict, could determine whether or not he goes to jail, prison, or otherwise, or whether he walks out of here free. And so because in my experience, and I can't cite to anything specific, but if anyone reviews this, but roughly probably 37% of communication is nonverbal. And so I take a lot of feedback, nonverbal, from jurors and their cues, their nonverbal cues, whether it be, a smirk or anything else, but I can't see that behind the mask. And I raise this issue. It's somewhat of a novel issue to raise. I don't have anything to support it or back it up. I hope I never have an opportunity to go through another pandemic, and hope we never go through another. But my concern is not focused on myself. It's not focused on the jurors or the court. Is focused on the defense of my client. And so I openly admit that is a deficit, although I am surprised at how fluent we're able to work even under these circumstances. So I think the court system here has done the best they can, and I'll candidly say that. But on behalf of Mr. Morris, I would make a motion for mistrial on that issue, and then I will also make a motion to dismiss on that issue on due process.
Right. As it pertains to that issue, in making the ruling, the court will judicially notice all prior administrative orders of the Florida Supreme Court as it pertains to COVID-19. In accordance with that, the Florida Supreme Court has ordered all inferior trial courts to take certain COVID mitigation measures, including having proceedings involving distancing and facial masks. To that end, the motion is denied, as it would implicate any confrontation clause grounds or the right to a fair trial. Essentially, all measures pertaining to distancing, masks, and otherwise witnesses or jurors having face masks deal with COVID mitigation measures. Whether that implicates the federal right in any way, again, I will find it does not, but ultimately those issues can be reviewed if necessary. The motion for mistrial on that ground is denied. Also, the motion to dismiss are denied on those grounds.
Judge,
Anything else?
Judge, at this time, I just renew all prior motions, objections, and everything else. And Judge, I'd like the court to inquire of my client as to his decision on whether to testify or not. I The court, I quite candidly have put this on the record several times. The court granted me great leeway in issuing an order to allow me to go sit down with my client. As I disclosed to the court with his permission, he has a number of processing issues, which I identified the first time I met him. And then it was backed up by family and other people, but just observations. I don't know if the court's noticed, but he is very actively participating. In fact, we had the one issue and he was fervently scribbling exactly what I was saying.
Right, so,
And if you notice, Judge, he's asking questions and he's passing notes and he's interacting with Ms. Keppel. And so I feel he has at this point processed everything to this point. I haven't seen any problems with deficits. I've even asked him, do you understand what's going on here? I had a long talk with him off the record yesterday before he was taken back to the jail. He was having anxiety. He fidgets almost as much as I do. And so I can relate to that part of it, but the anxiety part and the processing was the key issue that I wanted to make sure he is understanding the process and what's going on in real time. And if there are any questions, I've followed up with him and he can confirm that when the court inquires. I would like to inquire of him briefly after the court inquires on his.
that's fine. Mr. Morris, please stand and raise your right hand so you can be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Mr. Morris, do you understand in a jury trial where you are the defendant, you have the constitutional right to testify? Have you gone over what the right to testify as a witness in your own case means with your attorney? Do you need any additional time to discuss this constitutional right or the decision that you need to make today? Have you made a decision as to whether you wish to testify in this trial on your own behalf? And what is that decision? And are you firm on this decision? Do you understand by testifying you are subject to cross-examination like any other witness? There are certain dangers that are involved with you giving up your right to remain silent. Do you need to discuss those with your attorney any further? Just what I mean by danger, obviously, is not mortal danger, but essentially how you present yourself and what comes out could affect the outcome. That's what I mean. Do you have any questions about that, or do you wish to speak with your attorney any further? All right, so you are firm on this decision. All right, the reason I'm asking you these questions and whether you're firm is essentially there is no do-over on this decision. It's a once in a lifetime, now in the moment. Do you require any more time, or do you want me to go over any part of this with you again? Right, Mr. Pumphrey, you wish to inquire as well.
Judge, may he be seated?
You may.
Mr. Morris, we've gone through this trial. The state has been a zealous advocate for the state, but at this point, we had discussed what the court just went over with you previously, both at the jail and over the last year. Maybe we touched base and everything during COVID, but before that, you had actually come to my office. We had discussed options, discussed what the court asked you about, and I had given you my opinion or my professional advice as to what I clearly advised you that it is your decision. It's considered a client objective. In other words, I can't influence you. I can tell you what I think's best. I can tell you what the pros and cons are. As I've told you, your processing issue is, of concern. That's why I came out to the jail and we discussed what your testimony would be and what you're going to present, and that as long as you're truthful and listen to the questions, and if you have any questions or any processing issues or major anxiety or anything, you let the court and the bailiffs know, and they'll address it. Did we go over all that? Are you pleased with what I've done to this point? And I've had the honor of having Ms. Keppel here present. Has she also been assistance in you in processing things? And if you had any questions about any paperwork or anything, she provides it to you. And she's taken a lot of notes. I know she's shared those with you as well. And that's all regarding the strategy and the processing to make sure you're on point for whatever we're doing. And in real time.
Yes.
Okay. So I discussed with you, or the court discussed with you, your decision to testify. We have discussed it at great length, and I've shared with you my concerns. I've shared with you what I think are the states over here, and they're hoping you're going to step on a landmine or do something else, and because of your processing issues, that could be problematic on cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
And do you feel that I thoroughly prepared you for taking the stand and focused you on the truth of what happened that night so you can tell your story?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we heard a couple of jail calls, right? Okay. And not meant to embarrass you or anything, but as I explained to you, probably the first time you came in, you have a right to remain silent.
Right.
And I've advised you not to talk on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. I've advised you not to talk to the police.
Yes.
Okay. And so you fully understood and knowing those rights, just like you do here today, you made a conscious decision to waive those rights at periods of time, some unfortunate with personal discussions, but the court's ruling saved you from the rest of that. But at the same time, you understand that the state can question you about that as well, since that just came out last night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've heard that too.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I've shared my opinion about the tape. I haven't did that, have I? Okay. But even though I was not happy with it, I've advised you that we will push forward as long as you tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
That's all you need to focus on. And you agree with the strategy because we came out in an opening statement. It's somewhat unusual. It also gives up what our strategy and our theory is. But based upon that, you gave me permission to share what I did with the jury in opening statement. And as we went through the case and through the different things, for example, on the jail phone call stipulation, you wanted the whole call played as a strategic decision. And you've seen how the courts handled everything, and I've explained that to you as we go through. Having all that in mind and understanding that you still feel it's in your best interest, I've made the recommendation that you testify. But I haven't forced you, coerced you, or threatened you in any way. And you understand that you've made a decision up front to come out and tell the jury, and you agreed to stipulate the ID, which is an essential element. But that was strategic.
Yes, sir.
Because our theory in this case is focused on the fact that you were justified in reacting to the threat that you perceived.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so with all that in mind, do you wish to present a defense case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that even as we sit here now, we could sit here and say, defense rests and be done with this. You didn't have to take a stand, but the judge is not going to read the stand your ground instruction.
That wouldn't make any sense to do that.
Yes, sir. He said it wouldn't make any sense. You could repeat it for this poor young lady.
That would make any sense.
Her thing, she's like a duck in the water and her fingers are going 90 to nothing. And she's got to hear everything. So and you understand there was a witness in the case, the state listed as a witness, and that is the mother of your child.
Yes, sir.
That's your girlfriend.
Yes,
And we heard a discussion with her previously.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that discussion on the jail call is going to come up if you take the stand or if we put her on the stand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you still feel that our strategy, our decisions to this point are solid and you feel comfortable moving forward?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. And with some exceptions, I retained Detective Copeland and Officer Bartholomew, which may potentially be additional witnesses for us. And have I investigated everything and communicated everything and strategically made decisions like hiring a private investigator to reach out to people and not doing depositions strategically and getting somebody to talk to people because we had everything on video? Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure we're ready to move forward, Judge.
Very good. Before we take our break, I just wanted to review the state's exhibits that are in evidence. So that way we have no issue with that later. States 1, the Circle K footage was admitted. States 2, victims of the alleged victim, Mr. Thompson, 2A through 2E, admitted. States 3, admitted. States 5, I believe, the first jail call. States 6, the second jail call. And states 8, the video that was taken, body camera video of Officer Bartholomew. The only thing that I do not show as admitted is states 4. Did the state move to admit states 4? Did the state move to admit states 4 during its case?
Yes, sir, I did 3 and 4. 3 is the patient's first record, and then 4 is the cost of the outpatient surgery.
All right. I believe when 3 was admitted, I didn't think they were being joined together, but as the defense objecting to states 4, its mission. All right. And states 4 is deemed admitted during the case based on what the prior stipulation was. Are there any other pieces of evidence in the state's case in chief that we need to address?
Yes, sir, I just wanted to say, there's 2 discs with the same joke on it. Yesterday, I left state 5 here, and then I went and made a new copy that hopefully would work. The copy that we came for is the copy that I have here.
All right.
This other copy is the one that I have.
And Judge, just to tag on to that, the protocol is that before anything is played, any tapes or any video or anything, jurors would have to come back in and we do it just the way we've done it so far during the
Yes.
trial. I wanted Mr. Morris to understand that too, because this is Mr. Morris's first time ever seeing a trial, and thankfully the first time being subject of a trial. And so I'm going through these things on the record so it's clear that he understands, each and every stage that we're going through as best we can, and make sure that he's processing it and making a conscious, knowing decision.
Very good. If the defense needs to use any of the admitted items, they are there on the clerk's stand.
I just
Sure.
wanted to say one thing, Judge, and I have already said this in the beginning, but I just want to make sure that specifically that Mr. Morris is clear on this since he is going to testify. I know Mr. Pumphrey is, but the issue of him being delayed or not understanding things, I know Mr. Pumphrey just at length went over with him that he is going to be cross-examined. I want to make sure that is not to be mentioned, that he is delayed or has trouble understanding anything. I understand he's doing that to cover the record, but it's not appropriate for there to be any mention of any type of deficit in his ability to understand. So I just want to make sure that's clear, especially during cross. So.
All right. As it go, well, I guess 2 things that I want to say to that. Ms. James, 1, please make sure your rate of speech does not get so fast where it's going to create some sort of visible issue to where either he's having trouble understanding or cannot filter through what's just been said. But as to that point, Mr. Pumphrey, I do believe she is correct. This does not go to his incompetency to proceed. Otherwise, trying to bring up any sort of condition, I believe, is unnecessary since he's capable of following along.
But if the court makes that ruling, I'm going to follow that ruling. I do want to put on the record, though, I did at length in preparing him for trial, this was a hurdle to overcome. And my advice to him was that we need to let the jurors know so they realize if you're on my questions, right? And we went in depth about cross-examination. And it's not something that you want everybody to know your business. But when I first talked to him and in going through the representation, I've explained to him, listen, you need to pause and listen to what I'm telling you. And so I'm just carrying that forward. I respect the court's ruling. If the court has made that ruling,
Yes.
I would proffer, though, that I would bring out on direct examination the fact that this is his first trial. He's never given testimony before. And this is a new process for him. Anything that's where he's showing he's scared to death. I don't know if the court noticed, but I had to sit with him over here on the side. He was tearing up, and it was just anxiety. And for us, we do this every day. And so he's very stressed. And for what reasons, I don't need to get into, but I think that's part of the process of explaining. If you have somebody who is blind, if you have someone who is, and it may not be obvious, any deficit or any issue that the jury may misperceive, I would like to clarify that. But if the court makes that ruling, I will follow that ruling. And,
That is the ruling, and so it's clear why. This is less about the jury having an awareness of his condition than it becoming anything related to his ability to comprehend or understand or follow the law, to properly conform his behavior, or any things of those nature that go to guilt or innocence as far as him in some way, it being something that is he's incompetent to proceed, which no one has made an issue of. The defense has not moved. So he is competent to proceed. The trial has proceeded. If he needs additional time, both examiners need to give him the space, reduce their rate of speech, wait for the response. But again, we're not going to make this an issue in front of the jury in some way that either he cannot understand what's taking place, cannot properly conform his behavior or actions, or in some way should not be tried due to this condition.
Judge, to clarify on the record, I will tell the court as the officer of the court, I've not seen any issues that even raised the hint of competency. When I was a young private attorney, I had a fellow I represented for over a year. Talked to him, he was nice and pleasant, and thought everything was fine. I'm very sensitive to this. And then we were talking about plea negotiations. He said they told me to take the plea. I go, who's been talking to you? I'm thinking it's people in the jail or something else. He goes, well, they told me that. He was hearing voices in his head. And then I researched it and called his family, and he had been struck by a car and had a severe head injury. And he heard voices his whole life. And no one had ever documented that. And he had a record. And so I then immediately had him evaluated. So if I even think that Mr. Morris is not competent, and I would ask the court to make a finding. The court has seen the interaction, seen his reactions to you, and how he's interacted with us. And so the record's clear. I think the court is also finding that he's competent. I haven't asked for that inquiry, but just so the record's perfectly clear, because in years to come, somebody may look back at this and not remember everything.
Based on the record that is before the court, the defendant is competent to proceed, and ultimately the basis of the ruling, as I do not want the finder of fact to confuse any processing delay with competency. Right?
Judge, there's one thing I need to address that the defense just brought up.
Go ahead.
The fact that they want to ask him, is this your first trial and have you ever testified? It's irrelevant. It's bolstering. It doesn't matter if he has or not. Now, if he looks nervous, I'm not objecting to, them saying, are you nervous today? That's fine. But any type of is this your first trial? Have you ever, I don't know why that matters. So, and they just said they were going to ask that. So I just wanted to mention that.
Judge, when I was a prosecutor, I was a law enforcement officer. I remember the first time I testified, a prosecutor asking me, have you ever testified before? Because I was nervous. I'd never done that before. And I just followed that process because I just believe it's being transparent to the jury as part of the process. I'm not trying to get into, he has no prior record.
I'll make a finding that any line of questioning that deals with essentially dealing with why your client may be nervous is proper. Beyond that, if the state needs to object, we'll deal with a contemporaneous objection and a ruling at the time.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Very good.
Enjoy your lunch. Please report back at 1:20, and hopefully everyone reports on time. We'll get rolling from there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Sorry? 1:20. You come here.
I'm in the wrong. You want to start working the time?
Is that better? Yes.
I'm gonna walk it right now. I just wanted you to walk me in while you're getting chopped up. So give me just a minute. I'll call you out. Yeah.
Okay,
Just a minute. I'll walk you guys.
thank you guys. We're back here at 120. I can leave this stuff here.
Yeah,
He's not-
he's coming back here, he can do it right here. Okay. Actually, guys, I think I'm gonna leave all this here.
Okay, I'm locking the door so you can.
Nobody's gonna play. Well, let's
I'll
go.
be unlocking it about 15 till.
What's that? Yep. Thank you so
You have magic keys, so you can do whatever you need to do, right?
Oh, yes, I'm good. I let myself up.
In
Yeah.
and out.
John,
There's coffee cup, there's a forum, there's no in here.
do you want to go?
Oh, you had to like 15 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, how are you doing, Mike? Good, good. Extra is a good word. It's all extra, extra.
How's it going here?
It's extra. All righty. I want to learn how to start someone. And thank you for picking the audio. You did a good job.
Well, how's it going? Are they, how long the crowd?
A lot longer.
A lot longer today and tomorrow?
Oh, no. I think that it's the defendant's going to testify.
Cool. Thanks.
Bye.
I'm waving good here.
call that's in evidence, do you remember what date that call was made?
I do not.
Can I approach the witness? You hold it out, I don't think you can mess with this. I guess I've already handed it to you now, but does that refresh your memory as to when that call was made?
Yes,
Okay, and when was the jail call that is in evidence? When was it made?
May 14th, 2021.
May I approach the witness?
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently block your number for receiving calls from this facility, press 6. For balance and thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
I think go to trial. No, I get it, person. If they want to do it, kind of jail, that's a good person.
Yeah, I think there is two jobs. I was just trying to figure out on my other laptop, how to fix the, audio issue.
Both ends of the conversation I'm playing.
Yes, sir, that's correct. So you can't hear everything. This has happened to me before, and there's something that our IT person could do to fix it, but obviously he's gone at this point. So, I mean, I could start with this tomorrow. I agree, the conversation is not playing how it needs to be played, so.
Instead of, you are going to need to be called again tomorrow, while the state works with IT issues this evening. Members of the jury, this is going to be our break point for tonight. Please report the courtroom 2F tomorrow morning at 8:30. And from there, the plan is to get underway as quickly as possible. Enjoy your evening. You remain under the instruction you received earlier today that we will not talk about the case with each other or look up any matters pertaining to the case. Good night.
Hungry for new backlinks for your website? Use Backlink Analytics by SEMrush. Compare your profile with rivals. Discover their authority score. Track their lost and new links. And find the tastiest sources to get mentioned on. SEMrush, turning data into ideas.
If you wear glasses or contacts, you must see this. A Japanese Nobel Prize-winning scientist in stem cell research, Shinya Yamanaka, has discovered a natural way to reclaim the 20/20 vision you were born with in record time. Did you know, vision problems have absolutely nothing to do with your eyes? A shocking link between stem cells and your eyes was discovered by researchers at Harvard University Stem Cell Research, along with researchers at Vanderbilt University, the University of Utah, and the National Health Services, NHS, in the UK. These studies show that your eyes will deteriorate with each passing year, even if you wear glasses or lenses. And that's because they don't do a single thing to actually improve the way your eyes work as you age. This Nobel Prize-winning scientist helped in discovering the real reason why you are losing your vision, and a revolutionary way to reverse your vision problems as you sleep, no matter what your age or current condition. And it works like crazy. This secret habit is so amazing. It sent the entire eye care industry back to the drawing board. And it's currently losing them millions of dollars. 13,000 people are already doing it and gave up their glasses in less than a month. It's so powerful because it targets the single root cause of vision loss. So if you're suffering from vision impairment, stop everything you're doing and click the link below to watch a short free special video that explains exactly how to reverse vision problems quickly. And no, this has nothing to do with meds, surgery, or expensive treatments. And it works for all types of vision problems: cataracts, diabetic retinopathy, macular degeneration, glaucoma, blurred vision, you name it. Andy Perth was a new grandpa and was excited to see his granddaughter at the hospital for the very first time. Except when he got there, his vision was so poor, he couldn't even see his granddaughter's face. Heartbroken and angry, he desperately searched for a solution, and that's when he came across Dr. Yamanaka's research discoveries, and a simple ocean creature that was the key to unlocking his vision problem once and for all. After heavily researching a possible solution, he put together a remedy based on this prize-winning research, and he couldn't believe his results. After just 1 week, his dark blurry spots started to vanish, and by week 7 he could see clearly again for the first time in years. Jan had glaucoma that was so bad, she was on the verge of going completely blind. She was at the end of her rope and was intrigued and skeptical by this new discovery. She tried the remedy, and to her surprise, her transformation was almost instant. Her vision started to clear within the first few days, to the point that she can now see objects that are both close up and far away clearly. So click the link below and watch the short eye-opening video before it's gone. Click below before it's too late.
The Certa Perfect Sleeper is made with a unique Hex Cloud foam designed to cradle your body and help.
Mr. Simmons, the call that's in evidence, do you remember what date that call was made?
I do not.
Can I have first witness? You won't have one. You didn't mess up with this. Does that refresh your memory as to when that call was made?
Yes,
Okay, and when was the jail call that is in evidence? When was it made?
May 14th, 2021.
May I first witness?
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently block your number for receiving calls from this facility, press 6. For now, and to thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
I think go to trial. No, I get it, person. If they want to do it, kind of jail, I that's a good person.
Yeah, I think there is two jobs going. I was just trying to figure out on my other laptop, how to fix the, audio issue.
Both ends of the conversation I'm playing.
Yes, sir, that's correct. So you can't hear everything. This has happened to me before, and there's something that our IT person could do to fix it, but obviously he's not at this point. So, I mean, I could start with this tomorrow. I agree, the conversation is not playing how it needs to be played, so.
Instead of, you are going to need to be called again tomorrow while the state works with IT issue this evening. Members of the jury, this is going to be our break point for the night. Please report the courtroom 2F tomorrow morning at 8:30. And from there, the plan is to get underway as quickly as possible. Enjoy your evening. You remain under the instruction you received earlier today that you will not talk about the case with each other or look up any matters pertaining to the case. Good night.
Did you know that the average adult has 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop in their body?
Hey, are you still there?
So, you don't use it.
No, yeah, I need a super, I already have a unit.
Oh, okay, so I don't need to follow the collar.
You need a bottom edit, You need a bottom and a top for the brood box.
Gotcha.
And then I don't need a super for the brood box because I had already ordered a spare super, so I have 2 of those already. But I do need frames to go in the brood box.
Oh, okay. So we don't need box, no, we need front.
No, we need a box. I need a box to put the second colony in to live in.
Okay. So, do we need the base?
Yes.
Okay.
The bottom, the floor,
So we need to do for the bottom and the top, that's right.
but baby, it's not a nuke. The nuke is the small, tiny box that they use to start a colony. I have a nuke. I don't want a nuke.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what do you call the base?
A brood box. And the bottom, the bottom, the floor, that's got the little ramp where the girls go into, down at the bottom of the box.
Okay.
And then the top, I think they call it a telescoping top. It's got the metal around it, but if they only have wooden tops, that's fine.
So far, that's all.
That's okay.
I'll ask her again.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
The separator, you said you got one.
I need an excluder. I'll need a second,
But you do need
a second excluder.
yellow and gray plastic.
Yeah, yellow's fine. It's fine. Yellow's fine. Plastic's fine. Doesn't matter. Whichever is the cheapest.
Okay. And they have flat tops, one of the laboratory top with the lids on it. Flat tops, some of them have holes in it, sugar.
Yeah, I need the flat top without the hole in it.
Okay. Got it. And then, there's, kind of bundled in 10, so I guess we'll have some extra.
Yeah, I need extras anyway, because when I pull one,
That's right.
yeah, when I pull one, I can put a new one in there. I don't have to worry about it. We're doing space there.
Okay. Next, they have plastic, so
Plastic boxes.
no plastic,
Frames. Yeah, it's okay. They can be plastic. I mean, what are you talking about? The centerpiece is plastic? Yeah, that's the way the other ones are too. Mine are. Yeah, those are okay. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. You just want to, okay, cool. Alrighty.
Anything else you think?
No, not, I've got Corona strips and I got all sorts of other stuff. I just need someplace to put them. But not a nuke. I need a brood box. Yeah, a brood box. And how much how much are their supers?
Well, it's the same assembly required product,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's like, 16,
That's okay. Go ahead and get another super then and get the frames to go with that too. That way I'll have a spare one.
so the frames are, they're 40 bucks.
For,
No,
yeah, but, yeah, that's okay. I mean, it's better to have them and not need them than not have them and need them, so. And we're doing local business with Monticello, so I'm happy with that. It's worth the investment. If I can keep the girls around long enough to make some money on the honey, it'll be awesome. Okay, alrighty. All right, thank you. It's probably gonna be a late night too, just FYI. Okay, I'll see you later. All right, bye. I'm so frustrated when I'm not here. I walked out. Oh, I knew, I came in here, you have to say cover that. You say cover that. Okay. I mean, no, because the clerk was here, or the, Madam Stenographer was here. She had some stuff she had to do. I went out, I ate ate, I starched my lunch, and I just came back in here so I could make a phone call and just get some peace of quiet before. And I saw it sitting up there, but I was like, I knew the front door was locked, so I wasn't worried about it. And on the way back up here, I thought, oh my God, well, that's stuff too. I wanted to ask you, okay, I know, it was your mind. Sorry, I have been in a trial like this. The only time I have is oddly enough when I got to family law trials. It's like they. Seems to be so many words about the stuff and that, just only 5 hours. Yeah, come on, it's still, it's February's locked, we're good.
Hey, this jury,
This must be a very famous man.
when it started, was they more to keep the police.
Well, they like you so much that.
The jury in there, right?
No, but they come down that hall. Yeah.
Where are they at?
They're in the next room over. Like right now, we're down at
Yeah,
night.
where's the jury? At lunch.
They're at lunch now.
Okay, where's the jury?
It's a conference room between the actual jury room and a hearing room. You know, if I had to answer that question, I could retire.
It's just tricky here. It's a small way.
That's why
I'm like shoving them in the corner.
that's why I was so happy about getting much here. Stop that. Through, because all of a sudden I saw three guys bringing him down the hallway. Everybody's hovering there, just waiting. I'll get you in here in a minute. This. It was very awkward.
Right, no.
Yeah, we went through it yourself. I still have it.
Which is which?
This is which
And
the state's there. You need a card, once you left the staff.
you say the fence is right here?
Yeah, he sits right there. Well, the wheelchair goes back. That's for, his,
Right.
yeah. Did you use the restroom when you went upstairs? Okay, good deal. You should be good to go for a little while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's up in there too. I'm one of the. It'll probably spare a little bit. Yeah.
Differently situated than upstairs.
Well, I walked out there and go something like this. So all that main hallway, there's only a bathroom down to the left, correct? There's not one to the right.
Unless you have the key card, you can't use the one to the right. But if you
So there is a
get-
bathroom back.
Now you're,
By where the elevator is, there's no light, and then come up and go out that way, switch out into the hallway, into the closed area.
The back by the jury room.
Brother Fred out of trouble. When I say deviant mind, shouldn't hang out, you know. That's trouble through. Yeah, man. Remember you had that earring in your ear?
I did. I do remember that.
Who was a guy,
That too.
who was a guy that, man, he had so much stuff on tape. I get a case like, oh. He get guys sitting talking all kinds of stuff. Skinny guy, had long hair. Jimmy.
You and my work husband.
Wow. That guy, man. I see stuff that does, see it never. Wow. But yeah, we worked some good cases. We did that huge MDMA case. Remember? That kid's got a wife and kids now. Walked out that night. Did the right thing. What's something? Will you back up here?
I'm done, man.
I'm glad seeing you. Well, this is kind of the tail end of the,
This is hospice.
yes, for law enforcement.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Master's not looking too bad. I worked all last night. I told him it's 57 ain't like it when it's 37.
Yeah.
I getting old ain't for the weak of heart. I'm glad to be here. A few times I didn't think I'd be here.
I'm sure. Well,
Good. Hey, how you doing? Why are you in here? I know. Oh, I thought you were with Judge Marsh. Fun. I know, I haven't seen you in like forever, like 2 years. 2 years old. I know. I left my mouth. I'll call Maggie or somebody. Yeah. Is Victoria here? Yeah. You have her cell number? Yeah. She might be at lunch though. I'll call Maggie. You're gonna have Junior? Yeah. They could just like either bring it or meet me. I'll meet them down the hall. But yeah, I was like, well, I haven't seen a lot of people. Then like, you know. Can you bring me my mouse?
Can I bring you your mouse?
Yeah, at my computer desk. I was like, you have my 2F as in Frank.
2 is number 2, F is in Frank.
Yes, ma'am.
On my way.
Okay, thank you, Dina. Go back again. I asked her to do it. I'll try to meet her like down the hallway so she doesn't have to walk the whole way.
Asked her before she.
Good for you. Right. Well, how have you been? I know you did like a lot of work on, it's always like you guys put up a fence on your property or something.
No, not on my property, like one of my neighbors.
One more. Yeah.
One of us, one of them.
Come on. Yeah, absolutely. Where are we going?
Crazy, and I'm right. Yeah. In total, about 300 feet. Yeah, they were enjoying. Have you seen them together?
Yeah.
Stand right. Like a photo stick, steroid.
Sure. Well, technically, we can catch up with them. I think they actually just rezoned it. Or no, that was the threat. They added the threat.
Clear straight up anytime you want. That means at the bottom of the guidelines, 26 months, just essentially anything that.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you like to meet up there? Yeah, my grandfather used to, him and his two brothers used to fell trees, and like my grandfather would like climb all the way to the top and then like ride it down as it fell. I'm like, how did you survive? Oh. My mom says that is proof that why women live longer than men.
All right. Please be seated.
Any matters to address before we get started?
Just briefly, Judge.
Go ahead.
Judge, we're on the record and let the record reflect that counsel is present. Ms. Bingham, I'm sure nobody tell. Ms. Bingham and Ms. James, it's the state's case in chief. We're reconvening after lunch. And let the record reflect that Mr. Morris is present, as well as Ms. Keppel, to assist. And Judge, my first witness would be Sierra Roylance, if I'm saying that right. And Judge, Mr. Morris's mom was seated back in the back, and she's kind of helped locate her. She was outside smoking. She went to take a restroom break. Before I talked to her, though, there's been new evidence that's come out in this courtroom. And so the rule of sequestration is questionable whether it applies or not. I would like to discuss that with her so she knows that, hey, your phone call from last night, was disclosed in discovery. So whatever you said, you said. And call her. I haven't really talked to her about the case since probably the first time I prepped it. Briefly spoke when yesterday, and I've seen her in the hallway, but I need about 5 minutes just to make sure everything's good with her and put her on. I don't anticipate anything's changed from what she told me before. So.
State, any response?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, as to Officer Bartholomew, I released him from my subpoena. I chatted with him, resolved whatever questions I had. I told him, though, that he's still under state subpoena as well. I thought Ms. James had released him, but just to be sure he wasn't a rebuttal witness or anything. And then I've got Sergeant Copeland, Sergeant Dan Copeland. And I've just retained him because I can't foretell what, the next two witnesses will or won't be. And so depending on how that goes, I may release him, and that may be Ben Parker.
Very good.
So, just so we have a roadmap.
Sure. I'm not saying that Bartholomew is not going to be a rebuttal witness. I just was fine with you
No.
saying, I just want to make sure that that's clear.
I just want to make sure I wouldn't let him release from
Right.
the subpoena. He's supposed to be
Right.
here.
Okay.
All right, has Mr. Roy Lance returned from the bathroom?
Judge, I'm working on my x-ray vision, but I'll walk outside now that I know I can tell her that. That's
Okay.
That's about all.
The jurors are there. Okay. All right, we'll bring him in as soon as he's finished. Ms. Keppel, what time were you all expecting to need to do the case management with Judge Allman?
Generally very quick, so I'm on standby for you to call me when.
All right. Hopefully by that point, if we're at the charge conference, it won't produce any great delay, but we'll see where we're at.
Should I fix it?
Bring the witness in.
You may?
Don, did you want to put on the plea offer that you did, or put on the record that you did ask me? Did you want to put on the record that you did ask me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Bailey, could you, or Mom, could you just take her outside the station, let me address one thing with the judge, and then literally be 5 minutes, or 2 minutes. Judge, I want to make sure I protect the rule of sequestration. I'm talking to Ms. Rowlands. We're going to put her on in just a second. Judge, I did want to put on the record that my client, I always, talk to clients about, hey, you can still plead straight up. You can, if you want me, I'll ask the prosecutor. I talked to Ms. James. Ms. James isn't making any offers, and I talked to my client. Just want to put on the record that he's been offered all previous plea deals and everything else. It's not going to slow us down or anything else. Just want to make sure I'm making my record. He's ready to go. He said he's ready to testify. Ms. Roylance is here, so got a good start.
All right. Let's bring in the jurors.
Are we gonna wait to bring the witness in until the jury is in, or
I'm sorry?
are we gonna wait to bring the witness in until the jury is in, or
She can be in the courtroom. That's not going to be a problem.
you rested on the record, right? Yes, you did. Never mind.
State is already rested. Ms. Roylance, just take a seat in the gallery for right now. Just take a seat in the gallery. Yep.
Wait for the jury to see.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. With the state having rested its case prior to the lunch break, the defense is now going to begin its case. Mr. Pumphrey, are you ready to call your first witness?
I am, Your Honor. I call Sierra Roylance.
You can come up to the witness box, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can take a seat. Please speak loudly and clearly into the microphone.
Okay.
You can scoop that chair up a little bit and pull that mic close to you, but not right on top of it.
Okay, leaving my mask on the whole time?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. May it please court.
Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury and tell me your name?
Yeah, I'm Sierra Roylance, Chase's girlfriend, mother of his child.
And how do you spell your first name
It's
and your last name?
Cierrarolance.
Ms. Roylance, back in October of 2019, October 4th to be exact, were you living with Chase Moore?
Yes.
And when you were living with him at that time, later in the evening, did you guys decide to go anywhere?
Yes, yeah, we went to the Circle K right down the street from our house. I had the pregnant munchies.
Okay. And what did you guys go there to get?
Ice cream, ice
Okay.
cream.
And do you recall the events of that particular evening?
Yes,
Okay.
very clearly.
So take us from the house to the Circle K.
Okay, the Circle K is only like a couple blocks down the road from our house, so, that's where we decided to go. It was just a night like any other, just decided to go and get myself some ice cream. Publix was closed, so we couldn't go there. And, we got to the store, went in, I got my snack. Chase went in with me.
And I'm sorry if I stopped you.
No, that's okay.
The mask and the hearing from where I'm at. So did you say Chase went with you?
Yeah, we went together.
Okay, who was driving?
I was.
Okay, what were you driving?
His white truck, the white F-250.
And once where did you go from the house? You went to?
Just straight to the store.
Okay. And did you stop anywhere in between?
No.
Okay. And your mask is kind of falling down on you.
Yeah, it's a little big for my face. Let's see.
So, what time do you think roughly you got to the Circle K, if you know?
I know it was past midnight. So anywhere between, I think, midnight and like 2 a.m., somewhere in between there.
And you live with Chase Morris.
Mm-hmm.
That's the young man seated over here to my left.
Yeah.
All right. And tell the members of the jury of what you observed of him that night driving to the Circle K.
Oh, on the way there?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's a very, very short ride. So there wasn't really much to observe. Just, like I said, it's a night like any other. It was late, so I didn't want to go to the store by myself. That's why I made him go with me.
When you got to the store, what did the two of you do?
We both went in. I went and found whatever I wanted to get. There were some people in the store. There was, I guess, the lady who works there. She like hires this man. I think he's like, I don't know if he's homeless or whatever, but she hires this guy to like clean up trash outside of the store and take the trash to the dumpster. So him and I guess a couple other people that kind of hang out around the store at night, they were there, and Chase started talking to them, like he always does.
He always does. Explain to the members of the jury what you mean.
Oh, he's just very, very talkative person. He's very, very outgoing, and I'm a little more introverted than he is. So I'm kind of an in and out person, and he likes to talk. So I had finished up my transaction, and I went back out to the truck, and he was still in the store talking to the people there.
Were you trying to get him to come to the truck? Or?
Yeah, I was being a little impatient. Being 7 months pregnant, you don't really have a lot of patience for a lot of things at that point, and I wanted my ice cream and I wanted to go. So, yeah, I had already made it back out to the truck, and he was still in there talking to the people he'd made friends with, because he can make friends with anybody, anywhere. So yeah, he was still in
When
there.
you guys were first coming into the store, the truck when you first pulled up, was there anybody out there that Chase interacted with at all that you recall?
I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure we went straight into the store.
Okay. And then when you left and he was in the store, do you recall how many people were there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was the store clerk, the woman who works there, and then I believe 3 other individuals in the store.
And did you go directly to the truck?
Did I go directly to the truck after leaving? Yeah, I went straight to the truck.
Did you get in the truck?
I did.
What side?
The driver's side.
And windows up, windows down?
They were up when I got in the truck, but when I got in, I rolled the windows down. I'm not sure if I rolled them down specifically to holler at him or if I just rolled them down, but I did, the windows were down, and while I was in the truck, and Chase was still in the store, I was hollering out the window for him to hurry up because my ice cream was melting. And
Now, there's a video surveillance of the store that night.
yeah,
Have you been shown that video?
no, I haven't been shown any of those videos.
Okay. And notice you were listed as a state witness as well as our witness.
Hmm.
Has
I would
my,
object to relevance.
And
as to, has anyone at my office shown you any videos or anything?
The only video I've been shown is of my testimony from when we were interviewed by the police, and that was shown to me only by your office. And I guess somebody from the state yesterday, minutes before all this started, asked me if I would like to see the video or if I had already seen it. And I told them that, I had already received a copy from your office prior to that, but that was the first time anybody had spoken to me about anything.
And that was with whom did you do that interview? Do you remember the officer?
Well, the officer that interviewed me for my testimony back then, I'm not sure of his name, but I would think I would recognize him.
Okay, have you seen him out in the hallway? the last 2 days?
I think so. I thought I saw the lady and the man that came, because it was a woman and a man that came and interviewed us.
And we say interviewed you, that was at your home.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at your home, and this is shortly after the incident or some period?
Yeah, it wasn't, I think it was like a week later. It definitely wasn't the day after or the day after that. I'm pretty sure it was like a week, at least a week later.
Okay. So I want to follow in sequence. I want to take you back to sitting in the truck.
Okay.
When you roll the windows down, do you remember what you did?
Yeah, I hollered out the window for Chase to hurry up because I was getting impatient.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
Did you turn on any music or anything?
No, no music. I was just sitting in the truck.
And before Chase comes out of the Circle K, did you drive off anywhere?
No.
In there?
Mm-mm. No, I was just sitting waiting.
Okay. And were there other people at the gas pumps?
Not that I recall. I didn't see, like, when I got there, I know there was nobody there. And maybe there could have been somebody pulled up in the time that I was sitting in there and all of this other stuff happened. But,
And you say other stuff. What are you talking
the man, oh, I guess this is my time to explain that. No?
I'm going to ask questions.
Okay.
You just answer them.
Okay.
Have you ever testified like this in front of people you never met?
No.
You a little nervous?
Yeah, a little bit, but not so much because, there's nothing to be nervous about when you're telling the truth.
So let me ask you this. When you're sitting in the truck, did anything happen before Chase came out of the store?
Yes, when I yelled out the window for Chase to hurry up, there was a man at the gas pump to the front, to the front right of me, pumping his gas. And immediately after I yelled for Chase to hurry up, I don't want to cuss. Do I just?
The jury.
I don't want to be
the court will
disrespectful
direct
to
you
the
on that.
court or anything.
Ms. Roylak, you need to say what you remember you heard and said.
Okay. Well, this man told me to shut the fuck up and just screamed it at me. And I was really, really caught off guard. I've never been accosted like that or talked to like that in my life, especially by a stranger in the middle of the night at a gas station. But he told me to shut the fuck up. And I was very caught off guard. And I was like, I believe I said, "Who do you think you're talking to?" And I believe I also told him that he needed to shut the F up, which was not probably the smartest thing to do. But, that it really upset me and caught me off guard.
Did you get out of the truck?
No, not at that point. I didn't.
Okay. And so where is Mr. Morris at this point?
He was still in the store.
Okay. And so what's going on with this guy?
After he told me to shut the F up and I replied, "Who do you think you're talking to?" that was when he continued to scream at me, called me a stupid bitch, and told me that if I didn't shut the fuck up, that he was going to make me shut the fuck up.
Now, when you heard that, do you remember where Chase was?
Right when that happened, right as he was yelling that is when Chase came out the door. And
And how, do you remember how Chase was reacting or what he did?
yeah, he heard him tell me, he'd heard him call me a stupid bitch and
Overruled, she's testifying from a recollection. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
yeah, that's when he ran out, when he heard that man, that reply of him screaming at me, and
Did Chase put himself between, now you're still seated up in the truck.
yes,
The guy's
yes.
not coming over to you.
No, he didn't come towards the truck at me.
Okay, so the, where was the first place that Chase went?
Chase, he went in between the truck and where the man was standing. He didn't go like straight up to him. He put himself between me and the vehicle and the guy.
Is Chase very protective of you?
Chase is extremely protective of me and our family. And like I said, I was 7 months pregnant at the time. I've never been in a situation like that. And it was very, very, very terrifying.
Okay. So you're seated in the truck and you see Chase. Was he walking out of the store towards this guy?
It wasn't a walk. It wasn't a run. It was a quick, a brisk walk because he could tell that I was in distress and he heard, this random man at, 1 o'clock in the morning screaming at his pregnant girlfriend.
Now, did you know this fellow?
No, I haven't.
Now, this particular Circle K, you're familiar with because you guys.
I go there every day. I know the lady who works there. I go to that store every single day.
Okay. And so, are you familiar with the people that frequent it? And there's some homeless people.
Yeah, there's a lot of homeless people in that area. It's not a safe place to go, especially as a young woman at night.
Okay, so at approximately, at this time, do you know who this person is?
No, I mean, I knew I could see him. I knew, but no, as far as knowing him personally, no, I had no idea who this individual was.
So, do you know whether or not he has any weapons or what his intent?
That was my concern, is when somebody threatens you and tells you that they're going to make you be quiet. I mean, you have no idea what that means.
So
he could have had a gun. He could have done. There's who knows what he could have done. Like, and that I was terrified. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm 7 months pregnant. I have family members who have been through.
You can't talk about.
Okay, that's fine. I understand.
Let's just focus on that night.
I understand.
So on this particular night, though, did you ever get out of the truck?
I did. Yes, I did. When I saw, when Chase walked over to the man, he asked him what was going on. And that's when I saw the man move towards Chase. And I tried to jump out of the truck because I was scared.
So
I was scared that something was going to happen to him. So I jumped out.
So now I want to slow this down a little bit. And I want to point out the fact you've not seen the surveillance footage of that store on that night.
I haven't seen any surveillance footage at all.
So, did you ever see Chase actually punch the guy?
No, I didn't. When I saw the.
But he did.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're not trying
We're
to
not.
mince
Yeah.
words or anything else.
No.
And so, when you went to get out of the truck, and I want to slow that down a little bit. At the point you decided to get out of the truck, why did you get out of the truck at that point?
Because I saw the man move towards Chase like he was going to do something, and I felt like I needed to get out. And I mean, probably wasn't smart either, but it's just instinct.
Did you feel like you may have created that and Chase was now,
I don't feel like I created anything. There's no reason for a man ever to threaten a pregnant woman. I don't, that was, yeah.
Right.
It doesn't matter what happens, what is said. There's never any reason to threaten a pregnant woman at a gas station at 1 a.m.
well, I don't think you have to be pregnant.
I would
but you
object to
go-
counsel testifying.
Sustained.
You need a minute, you let us know, we'll get some water.
I'm sorry.
Don't have to apologize.
It's just,
So I want to make sure we're clear with the jury, the sequence of events.
mhm.
You didn't see the other guy throw a punch or have a knife or anything. You just saw him move.
I just saw him aggressively move towards Chase.
Okay. And did the guy still seem upset?
He was livid. I don't understand from the get-go why this man was so angry.
So how was Chase though? Chase was
In a
upset?
great mood. He was fine up until he, came out and heard and saw what was going on between me and the individual.
And so when you got out of the car, who did you go to?
I went to Chase.
And where did you see him once you got out of the truck?
Honestly, I don't know. I really didn't look at him. I was scared and I just wanted to get him out of there because I didn't know, he had already threatened me. I didn't know what could have happened.
So let me ask you this, why not just take that big truck and pull around the corner to TPD?
Because I was scared he was gonna follow us. I didn't even go home.
Where did you go that night?
We went to a friend's house who didn't live too far away. We drove around. I drove around because I thought I saw a car following us. So, which obviously I didn't, but we drove around for maybe like 10 minutes or so and then went to a friend's house.
But at that night, did you know whether or not this person had gotten back in their car?
No, I didn't, but that was my fear.
And so, how far exactly do you live from that Circle K?
2 blocks.
Take us the route from the Circle K to your house.
Our home is here, and then imagine 2 city blocks, 1, 2, and then this is Monroe Street, and then that's the Circle K. So very, very close. That's why I was scared to go home if he was following us. I didn't want him to know where we live.
Now, at this point in time, you have no kids? You're pregnant?
No, I was just pregnant, yeah.
And how long did you stay with this friend? And who stayed with him?
I'm sorry?
Did Chase go back to the house?
No, we were together. And we stayed over there for, I believe, just like an hour or 2.
So, and I'm gonna ask you this, why didn't you call 911 when you're on the road? You're in a big truck.
I don't know. To be honest. I probably should have, but I was really shaken up. I was really scared.
And what about when you got to the house? Did you think to call 911?
No, I didn't.
Were you still worried about Chase and what it went down?
I was worried.
Did you?
That probably would have been the smart thing to do. But people don't always make the best decisions when they've been through something like that.
So let me ask you this about, and I don't know the specific date.
Mm-hmm.
Did a female and male officer come knock on your house?
Yeah.
And did you guys let them in?
Yes, we did.
And once you let them in, did you talk to them?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you offer to go outside with the male officer?
I did. I offer to go outside with him and speak to him privately.
Okay. And you had a discussion with him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that was Detective or Sergeant now, Dan Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
This poor young lady in front of you has to take down words, and if you do a or
I'm
they-
sorry.
that's okay. She doesn't get enough appreciation, same as the rest of the staff. So you, why would you speak to him? I mean, did he identify himself as an officer?
Yes, he did. And I spoke to him because I felt that it was important that he understood what happened, that this wasn't just some malicious attack against somebody for no reason. That
Give Ms. Royal some tissues. You may.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. James, if you can give Ms. Royal a moment before you start your cross.
Can you get that video ready?
Can you open your computer?
Ms. Royal, are you good to go?
Yes, sir. Okay.
On there. Oh, okay.
Ms. Roy Lance, you're Trace's girlfriend, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The mother of his child,
Yes.
financially dependent on him,
Yes.
wouldn't do anything to get him in trouble, right?
No.
Do everything you need to do to protect him, right?
Yeah, within reason.
Including lie, right?
Are you accusing me of lying?
I am.
Okay. Well, no, absolutely not.
Okay. And you would lie for him because what affects him affects you.
No, I would not lie for him, which I've already
Isn't
stated.
Isn't it true that what affects him affects you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You stated you recall this incident very clearly. Remember that? That's a question. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, but you don't know if you got there between midnight or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Between those times, yeah. I would say maybe closer to between 1 and 2.
Okay.
But yeah, somewhere in that time frame.
Okay. And you were driving his car, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
He loves that car, doesn't he?
It's his vehicle.
He loves that truck though, doesn't he? Isn't that his baby? That's his
No,
truck?
I wouldn't say he loves an inanimate object.
Do you love your car? I mean, like,
I don't
know what
have
you
a
mean,
car.
inanimate.
You're being kind of rude.
And as are you, so please just answer
No,
my question.
I'm not.
okay?
Ms. Royal, please answer the questions. We're not having them back and forth. Ms. James asked.
Okay, so what was your question?
Ms. Royal, do not speak over me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Take your time and answer the question. Ms. James, once you ask the question, nothing extra, please proceed.
My question is, isn't it true that he likes his truck, loves his truck,
Yeah.
whatever? I mean,
Yeah.
you talked about when y'all go inside the store and he's talking with the homeless people outside. Remember that? And you said he was just making friends with them because he's so outgoing. Remember that? But he wasn't just talking to him though, right? He was sort of hassling one of the guys, wasn't he?
No, actually, he offered to buy one of them a lottery ticket.
Oh, I'm talking about before that. Didn't he get mad at one of them when they were outside, or annoyed? Maybe mad's not the word, but annoyed?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so that never happened. That's your testimony?
I'm not saying that never happened. I said I don't believe so.
Okay. Why did he offer to buy the homeless guy a lotto ticket?
Because he's a nice person.
It's not because the homeless guy was begging?
No, he wasn't begging. Actually, the man he thought was homeless, I don't think he was homeless at all. He actually pulled out a stack of money because the lady who runs the gas station pays him to take out the trash and do jobs for them at the store. And so he pulled out a stack of money, and Chase thought that was hilarious. And that's when they started, talking and bantering or whatever, him and the other other people in there.
So you offered to buy somebody a lottery ticket, even though.
And the
he
guy
had
was like,
money?
I don't need that. I've got money.
Let me finish my question and then you answer, okay? Just so that the jury can hear me and then hear you.
All right.
So it's your testimony that you don't remember him being annoyed or anything that the homeless guy was begging?
No,
For money?
I don't remember that. I don't remember anyone begging for anything.
All right, let's talk about outside the store. Can you put the,
I can't get it to open. I don't know how you opened it.
it's your testimony that you've never ever once watched the surveillance footage?
No, I've never seen any surveillance footage from that store, ever.
Okay, great. And we're about to see it. You gotta.
Are you wanting the lights to be dimmed, Ms. James?
Yes, sir. It's just gonna take a second for the application to open and then I will be able to.
Of course, I need to do it.
And I'm fine. I'm just gonna ask some more questions, Judge, but I'm fine with the lights being off, so that I can refer to the video. Ms. Rowlands, there should be a laser pointer there next to you. When you need it, just put it on the side, and there's a little button on the top, and that's how you use the laser if you need that.
I'm sorry, what am I doing with
May I
it?
approach the witness?
I don't know.
One moment, I think.
I turned it on, but the light's blinking. It might be dead. No, good? Okay. Just, all right. Top one? Okay.
It's. There it is. Okay. Was not working. Don't face that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. When y'all were inside the store, isn't it true that you had to get in between Chase and the guy who I believe you're referring to as the homeless guy?
Was it true I had to get between them?
Yes.
I don't believe so. I don't think I had there. Yeah, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Right, and just for the record, I'm gonna fast forward to the portion to when Ms. Roylance and the defendant arrive. Let me go back for a second. Hold on, get this suffering. That guy right there, is that the homeless guy that was outside the store?
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. The video's pretty blurry.
So you don't recognize him at all?
I mean, is there any way you can like move it, like hit play so I can? Yeah, I think that's the guy that does the trash.
That's the homeless guy, right?
Well, like I said, there was multiple people in there.
And that's one of them, right?
Yeah, that was one of them.
You see that white truck back there, like through the doors? That just pulled up? Is
Mm-hmm.
that y'all's truck or your Chase's
I mean,
truck?
I can't tell from that angle.
You can't tell if that's the truck?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see through the doors, the top of the doors, but I see Chase walking and me walking, so yeah, that would be our truck.
Where did you just see Chase walk to? Right there. Watch closely.
Yeah, I see to the right on the screen, but what would have been the left of the store?
To the homeless guys, right?
If that's where the homeless guys are standing, then yes.
Is that you?
Yes, that is me.
What are you doing right there?
Probably telling Chase to come on
Why?
because he likes to talk to people and I wanted to go get my ice cream and go home.
And it's your memory that you don't remember him hassling them at all, right?
What did you say?
It's your memory, from your memory, you don't remember him hassling them at all. Is that what you're saying?
No, he didn't hassle anybody.
Okay. What's he putting his hands out like that for? What's he annoyed about? Were you taking too long to get your ice cream or something?
I mean, who can say he was annoyed?
Okay, well, tell us then. What's going on? That body language, what's he doing that for?
I don't understand what you want me to tell
Answer the
you.
question. If you do not have an answer, say I do not know.
I do not know.
Okay.
Please move on.
Do you remember what he's pointing out the door at and talking for?
No, I do not.
Okay. You would agree he's pretty animated right there though, right?
Yeah, looks like he's saying something.
Does that look like the homeless guy that we saw a little bit earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So Chase is talking to him here, shaking his hand,
Yeah,
right?
I saw him shake his hand.
Okay. So right there, we kind of see your mouth moving. What are you saying to him?
I'm telling him to come on. I'm telling him to hurry up because I can't tell you how many times we've been stuck in a gas station and or a store or, at a restaurant and he will just have a conversation with anybody. He's very, very talkative and outgoing and I'm not so much as he is.
Would you agree that you look pretty annoyed right there?
Yeah, I was probably a little bit annoyed.
See you putting your hands on your head, throwing your head back. You see that?
Yeah, I see that. I'm watching the video.
What are you doing right there?
I'm telling him to come on because I'm ready to go.
Are you holding him back from doing something?
No, I'm trying to push him out the door because I'm ready to go.
Okay. I'm rewinding it just a little bit. I'm gonna watch that again. All right, so it's your testimony right there that you're not holding him back from moving forward?
No, I just stated that I was pushing him out the door so we could go.
Okay. All right, and so then he tells you to leave?
No, he didn't tell me to leave. I got tired of trying to get him to come on. So I was like, whatever, talk to your friends, talk to the guy. So eventually you just got to give up sometimes, you know?
All right, so this whole time he's in the store, you're out in the car, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so on direct, you had said that, this being at a Circle K that late at night, it's not safe, right? Like it feels to you that it's not safe.
Yeah. There's a lot of homeless people in that area, like we said, and, being a pregnant woman, it's not a safe place to go by yourself in the middle of the night.
Okay, but you went and sat out in the car by yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a few minutes at least, right?
Yeah.
You did that because you felt safe in your car?
No, I didn't do that because I felt safe in my car. I was just waiting on him.
Do you feel safe in your car?
A car doesn't.
Ms. Rollins, do you feel safe sitting in your car? That's all I'm asking you. When you sit in your car and it's just you in your car, do you feel safe?
I don't.
The witness is trying to answer.
If-
Roylance, please answer the question. If you do not know, say I don't know.
I don't know. It just depends on the situation, I guess.
Okay. But that night, you had no problem sitting in your car in what you say is an unsafe situation, right?
Right. I went inside of my car. Yeah.
All right. And this car, is it a newer car or
It's a new car.
a newer
Yeah,
car?
it's
Okay.
a
So
new
does it have
truck.
like power windows,
Mm-hmm.
power locks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's a 4-door, right?
Yes.
Right. And the windows were rolled up when you got into the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the doors, do they lock? Some cars they lock automatically. Like when you
No,
shut it, does it lock?
They don't lock automatically now.
Did you lock the doors?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you locked it?
Probably not.
Would you have locked the doors if you felt unsafe?
Yeah, if I felt unsafe, I would have locked the doors. Yeah.
Okay, but you never locked the doors that night, right?
No, I didn't unlock the door. No, I didn't lock the door.
All right, when you're hollering out for him to hurry up,
Mm-hmm.
what are you saying?
I believe I just told him to hurry up. And I was ready to go.
Did you yell it?
Yeah, I yelled it.
Was it loud?
It was loud. Yeah.
How many times did you yell it? Like a lot of times, like hurry up? Okay.
No. I just yelled once.
So just one time you yelled hurry up.
Yeah. I believe I said specifically, hurry up. I'm ready to go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay, so you said more than hurry up.
Yeah.
Okay. When you yelled it out, did you like open the door a crack to yell it out, or you rolled the window?
I had the windows down.
Did you just have the driver's side window down? Like so
Yes.
that you could yell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you roll it down all the way or just a little?
It was down all the way.
Okay. All right, so only the driver's side window is down, right? That's what you just told us.
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't see why I would have rolled down any of the other windows. But sometimes I do. Sometimes I roll down the front too, because the buttons are next to each other.
Okay.
So the other one could have been open too. I just don't recall.
All right, and you also said that you don't remember seeing anybody like around at the gas pumps. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the man that you're saying. You never saw him though, actually, right?
Yeah, I absolutely saw him.
When did you see him?
When he was standing at the gas pump screaming at me.
But you just said that you didn't
very
see,
clearly.
You just said you didn't see anybody though.
No, and other than him.
Okay, so
I mean like the other person who was apparently there, the woman, I didn't see her.
Okay, so you saw him, but you didn't
Yes.
see her.
Yes.
Okay. Does that seem kind of convenient to you?
No, it doesn't seem convenient. It seems like when the man who was screaming at me and cussing at me and threatening me, that's the person I saw. That's the person I paid attention to.
But he didn't start yelling at you right away, right?
Yes, he did. As soon as I yelled out the window for Chase to hurry up, he screamed, "Shut the fuck up" at me.
Okay.
The
But what
first
I'm
thing he
asking though,
said.
Miss Roylance, is when you first got in the car, you didn't like immediately roll the window down.
No, I sat there for a few minutes. I gave him a few minutes to talk.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. He didn't yell at you right away, right?
No, he yelled at me after I yelled. He told me to shut the fuck up because I yelled.
Okay. But you had been sitting there for a few minutes already.
Yeah.
Nobody said anything to you, right?
No,
You weren't paying attention to him or to anybody, right?
no, not until he screamed at me for the
I
first
understand
time.
that he screamed at you. We're gonna get to that.
Okay.
All right. When he yelled, your testimony is that you could see him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was he looking at you?
Yes.
He was looking at you.
Yes.
Through the gas pump?
What do you mean through the gas pump?
You said he was pumping gas.
Yeah.
So how was he looking at you if there's a big gas pump right there?
Okay, so here is the whole machine where the gas comes out of.
Mhm.
Here's the man standing holding the gas pump. You can see it's very clear because he's not hidden.
Would you agree with me though that the little gas can thing, that you put your gas in, that's at the back of your car, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if he's standing at the back of his car at a gas pump that's across from you, how would you have seen him through the gas pump?
How would I not? I don't know how to answer that question. Like, I saw him. He was standing there. I could very clearly see the man standing, pumping his gas.
Okay. Are you sure you didn't just hear him yet?
I'm positive.
Okay. With your testimony, you saw him and
I'm
you
part,
heard
yeah,
him. Let me
yes.
finish. Let me finish, okay?
Okay.
You heard him and you saw him, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then you said that when he yelled for y'all to shut, or for you to shut up, or y'all to shut up, that you immediately responded and yelled back at him, right?
Yeah, I did.
Why would you do that if you didn't feel safe?
Just instinct,
Would you agree that might make the situation worse if it's what you're saying it is?
I do agree. I think that was probably not a wise decision on my part to reply to yell back at a man who was already very aggressive and angry for no reason.
How do you know he was aggressive? All
Because
he
of the
said,
tone
"Shut
of
up"?
his voice,
Let me
because of the
finish.
things he said.
Ms. Roylance.
Please stop. Let Ms. James finish her question. You can respond.
How do you know that he was aggressive if all that he said was shut up?
He said, "Shut the fuck up," first of all. And it was very aggressive. The tone of his voice, the way he screamed it at me, that is aggressive. If somebody were to scream, "Shut the fuck up" at you, that would be aggressive. You would think that was aggressive.
Have you ever told anybody to shut up or shut the fuck up?
Sure.
Okay. You would agree that there's times where you say that to someone, but you're like joking, right?
Yeah, this was not a joke.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying you would agree that there's times when you say that to someone and you're saying it in like a joking tone.
Sure.
Okay.
If it's somebody you know, but that man didn't know me. There was no joking. It wasn't a funny ha ha. It was very clear that this was not a joke or anything like that. Very clear.
All right, so then you yell back at him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't come towards you or anything, right?
No, not at that point. He didn't come towards me.
He never came towards you at all.
No, not towards me.
Okay. He didn't go towards anybody until
Yes, he did.
Let me finish. He didn't go towards anybody until he was approached, right?
Yeah, I guess, but
okay.
All Chase did was ask him what was going on. So I'm not allowed to say anything unless you ask a question.
Please stop. No question has been asked. Wait for the question.
Well, no, that was my question. I can't say anything.
You're not here to ask questions, ma'am.
All right, so you're characterizing this man for us as being aggressive, although he never did anything like to you. He never came towards you. He never stepped away from the gas pump. He never made a movement towards you. He never did anything to you aside from, according to you, say, shut the fuck up.
No, he also threatened me and called me a stupid bitch.
That's a threat?
No, he threatened me. He told me that if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me.
That's what you're telling us though, right?
Yes, that is my testimony.
And you're the only one who heard him say that, right?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. So if other witnesses at the scene never heard that, then what?
Then they never heard it.
Okay.
But they weren't the ones being accosted. They weren't the ones being in the altercation.
When you yelled, were you loud about it?
When I yelled what?
When you yelled back at him, were you loud?
Yeah, I was loud.
So if other people were around, they would have heard you, right?
I mean, I'm assuming so, but I can't say that for sure. I'm not other people.
If you're telling us that you felt so threatened, right? You started crying. You felt so terrified and so scared and so threatened.
I was.
Did you call 911?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you call Chase?
Chase was with me.
No, he wasn't.
What do you?
He was inside the store. I'm talking
He
about
heard,
you.
oh, no, I understand. I'm sorry. No, he heard us. He heard the man yelling at me. He heard either me or the man yelling, one of us.
Okay, but not
which caused him.
Not initially though. The initial, what you're saying was shut the fuck up. You testified that Chase hadn't heard that. He heard you and then him, right?
I'm confused.
Your testimony.
Judge, I would object, compound question.
Please clarify, Ms. James.
Your testimony, sorry, Judge. Your testimony was that Chase heard the threat, right? And that's what made him come out the store.
Yes.
Okay. I'm talking about before that. The initial, what you're saying was shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When you heard that, you testified that you felt threatened. So you yelled back at him.
I didn't necessarily feel threatened until I was actually threatened. It was scary to have somebody yell that at me out of nowhere. I reacted and, yelled back, which I shouldn't have done. I just shouldn't have done that, but I reacted just like anybody else would have.
And the whole time you're in the truck, right?
Yes.
In the safety of your vehicle, right?
What you consider as safety.
Do you not feel safe in a car?
It's not about me feeling safe in a car. If somebody can shoot me through the front windshield, so he could have come up with a tire iron and broken my window.
But he didn't do any of those things.
No, but he didn't, but he could have, and he threatened me. I had no idea what he was going to do.
Okay, Ms. Royland, he never even moved outside of the gas pump.
But he did. He moved towards Chase.
He moved outside of the view of the gas pump. That's what you're saying? That he made enough movement.
I don't know what I don't know what the gas pump moved out in front of the gas pump means.
Well, you were watching.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
But you.
If you were watching, Miss Roylance.
Okay.
Okay. If you saw him.
Yes.
And you were watching him.
Yes.
Then you should be able to tell us whether he made enough movement. You're saying he moved, that he did make movement.
He made a movement towards Chase, and that's when I jumped out of the truck.
But never towards you, right? He never threatened you in terms of physically moving towards you or doing something to you, right? He never did that.
No, not physically towards me.
Okay.
Not while I was in the truck.
And he didn't when you were out of the truck, right?
Right.
Okay. You testified that you saw the man move aggressively towards Chase, right?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. What did he do?
Like I said, I was watching them. Chase walked up. He asked what was going on. I don't know what was said between them.
I'm just asking what did the man do?
I'm talking.
Okay, and my question was, what did he do? What was
Okay,
move
the
that-
man moved aggressively towards Chase,
What does-
okay?
What does that
He
mean?
he stepped towards him. I mean, can I stand up and show
Sure.
you? Okay,
Please stand in front of the jury so they can see clearly.
okay. The man is standing here at his gas.
Stand in
pump.
front.
Stand in front of the jury so they can see clearly.
Over here.
In front of the black screen mesh right there. Yep. Please back up, Ms. James. That's fine.
He was standing at the gas pump, Chase walked over, and I, like I said, I don't know what was said between them, but that is when he moved towards him like this, and as soon as I saw him move towards Chase, is when I jumped out of the vehicle, so I didn't see anything after that.
Okay. You can sit down, thank you. All right, so like you just showed us, you said he took a step toward them, right?
Yes,
Is this one step? Two
just,
steps?
I believe it was 2 steps.
2 steps towards them,
I believe so.
okay. Would you agree that we'd be able to see that if that happened?
I don't know.
Okay. What did he do with the gas pump that he was holding and pumping gas with?
He let go of it.
He dropped the gas pump on the
No.
ground
No, the gas pump was in his car.
and he was pumping gas with it, right?
Yeah,
And you're saying he just let go of the gas and took 2 steps towards Chase?
yes.
Okay. But if we don't see that on the video, then what? Then maybe he didn't do that?
I don't understand.
If we don't see on the video him ever make any movement outside of that, would
Do
you agree that a
you-
gas pump is not that?
Hold on.
Would you agree that a gas pump is not that large? or that-
No, I won't. I don't agree to that. A gas pump is pretty big.
Okay. But you could still see him though.
Yeah,
Okay.
because of where my vehicle was positioned, I could see everything perfectly. I wasn't behind the gas pump. The gas pump is like this. My truck was here, so I can see either side of the gas pump perfect.
All right. You said that you didn't drive to TPD because you were scared that he was going to follow you. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You were scared of that even though he never, not one single time, did any movement come towards you. He never did anything to you.
Not to me, but to the person I was with, to the father of my child.
I know he's the father of the child.
He had already threatened me. He had already aggressively moved towards my boyfriend, which scared me so much that I felt like I had to put myself in harm's way to get out of the car and put myself between them or save him.
Okay, so Ms. Royland, it scared you so much that Mr. Thompson moved towards Chase, but it didn't scare you that Chase came rushing at him?
Chase didn't come rushing at him. Chase came rushing out of the door to check on me and see what was going on. He didn't rush at that man.
He came to check on you.
Yes.
Okay, he never stops once at your car, does he? He doesn't come to the car to check on you.
What, I was in the vehicle. The man that was accosting me was outside of the vehicle. He put himself between me and the man.
No. I'm saying you just said that Chase did not rush from the front of the store to where Mr. Thompson was.
No, I didn't. I said, he did not rush to Mr. Thompson. He rushed to the scene. He rushed to where this was going on. He didn't rush to Mr. Thompson. He rushed out there to see what was going on.
But not once does he stop at the car that you're sitting in to check on you though, right?
Why? No.
Okay.
Why would he do that?
Because you're sitting in the car, right?
Objection argumentative.
You're just,
Were you sitting in the car?
you know, I was sitting in the car. Why do I have to
Objection,
answer that
answer.
again?
Okay. The friend, who was that? The friend's house you went to, who was the friend?
His name was John.
John what?
John Moore. John Moore.
What's his
Sorry.
address?
I don't know.
Where does he live?
Off of 5th Avenue.
What's his phone number?
I don't know.
How do you know him?
He is a friend.
A longtime friend or what?
No, not a longtime friend of mine,
Of
of
Mr.
Chase's.
Morris's? Okay.
Yeah, so a mutual friend of both of ours, though.
So instead of going to the police station, you go to his house.
Yes,
Okay.
after we drove around for a little while,
What were y'all doing when you were driving around?
making sure that that man wasn't following us.
Were you talking about what story you were gonna say in court? Or if you got in trouble?
No, I wasn't. At that point, I was so shooken up and terrified, all I could do was cry. I was scared that he was following us, so I drove around in circles through that back neighborhood for 20, 30 minutes.
Instead of just going to TPD? Which was right next
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, people don't always make the smartest decisions when they've been through something traumatic.
The 20 to 30 minutes that you're driving around in that neighborhood, you never called 911 in that 20 to 30 minutes, right?
No, I never called 911.
But you'd agree, had you, they would have been able to come help you, right? Since you were so scared?
It would have been a good idea. Yeah. But like I said, traumatic incidences, they cloud judgment sometimes,
Okay, so it's traumatic that someone told you to shut up?
No, it's traumatic that I was 7 months pregnant at a gas station at 1 a.m. and a random man who I do not know threatened me. And in turn threatened my unborn child.
Would you agree that
When someone tells you that they are going to make you, I wasn't finished.
I'm done with my question.
Well, I'm not finished.
Okay.
When somebody tells you that
You're
they are going
finished,
to
'cause I'm
make
done with my
you,
question.
Violence, please stop.
I'm done with that question, Judge. I'm
Judge,
moving on.
I would ask that the witness be allowed to answer and finish her answer to the question.
Mr. Roylance, you can finish.
I don't even know what I was saying anymore, so I guess it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter anything.
Would you agree that had you called 911, they would have been able to come to where you were, come find you?
That's how 911 works, yeah.
Okay. And they would have been able to help you, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
They would have been able to help you since you were so scared, right? Had you called them?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they would have been able to help me.
Okay. But also had you called them, you would have had to explain a story of what happened, right?
And it would have been the exact same story you're hearing right now.
But 20 minutes after this happened was not enough time for y'all to concoct this.
That you're accusing
I'm
me.
not done. I'm not done.
You're not done accusing me of lying?
Roylance, please wait for the question.
20 minutes was not enough time
Unbelievable.
for y'all to get your story straight, was it?
What?
You don't need to look at him. You can look
I
at
didn't
him.
look at him. I'm looking at you because this is insane. You are sitting here accusing me of lying over and over and over again. And I'm sick of it. It is not fair.
Hey, I'm not asking a question.
Judge, could we have a little bit?
We're going to take a brief recess. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to leave you out. We'll resume with the testimony of Ms. Roylance in 5 minutes. Please be seated.
Judge, I want to remind the court, there's another judge on a death case. I don't know if you can communicate with Judge Allman. And Ms. Keppel is coordinating that.
This is the point where you need to take your.
Not
Not
yet,
yet.
Judge, I'm letting the court know. I don't know if you guys have IM between each other.
No.
In Pinellas County, 20-something years, we talk to each other during.
If anything, that would probably be a distraction.
Judge, I'm going to object to this entire line of cross-examination. I've sat here and I've been quiet. I've listened to this cross-examination. This witness is getting badgered at this point. Judge, this young lady's upset. She's been honest about her mistakes and about how she could have made different decisions. And I got to hand it to Ms. James. She is a good prosecutor and a good cross-examiner, but at some point, Judge, the emotional response she's eliciting from this witness is severely upset. She's distraught. Her face is red. She's crying. She's sobbing. And the state is reacting to her with disrespect for the witness stand. And I have no problem with control of cross-examination. I have no problem with controlling the witness. I have a problem with flippant, childish responses to try to elicit a response from the witness. I don't think it's fair. I think it violates my client's due process. More importantly, I think it violates the citizen of the United States due process rights and respect. What happened to professional decorum? So,
Ms. James, how much further do you have with your cross-examination?
I'm not sure, Judge. I need to go through the surveillance of the outdoors with her, which is only a few minutes, but I need to go through that with her. And then we have the jail call as well. But after that, I don't believe I have that much more, depending on what she says.
If you believe the witness is being non-responsive, please ask for me to direct her to answer, but do not engage with her. Do not send any flippant responses her way.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pumphrey, do you need a bathroom break? Mr. Morris, do you need a bathroom break?
I could use one. Am I allowed
You
to
can
do
sit
that?
down, Ms. Roylance, please. Use the bathroom as well.
Judge, can you advise her she's not to talk to anybody or
Correct. Ms. Roylance, do not speak to anyone until your testimony is concluded.
You didn't touch this yet.
Judge, is it okay if the young lady in the back is Mr. Morris's mom? Is it okay if she goes with her?
As long as they're not talking about the case in any way.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. And then I just have this for closing.
Oh, yeah.
And at any point in his interview, in the body cam, in the witness, you know?
Right.
Oh, you need a break? Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
Judge, would you like me to give you a high sign or something?
Yes.
How would you like me to do that?
If we're in the middle of the examination, now give the signal and then we'll take the break as needed. All right, are you the scheduler who keeps everyone where they need to be?
Always. Everyone.
Hopefully 2 days of trial is not keeping you away from your emails and phone calls.
Keeping me away from my normal stuff. I've got 2 attorneys on standby, that are letting me know when.
Okay.
There's 1 or 2 cases left until Almond's gonna call them.
Okay.
Like I said, I think Dr. probably something not calling, just real quick. I think it's just like a phone call, I believe. I don't think they're actually gonna stay on the.
what? Mr. Tolman, but it's his private Zoom. They're not in person. It's one of their kind of his reminder.
What did she want?
Yours is about
Good, that's
starting
all.
with-
I'm good to go. Chaos is right. Can you cover me?
No, that's. It came in at.
Yes,
No, it's to me. It's to me.
they're just up there.
That's why I said, you know, just take mine.
Good time for the call.
Just, can we be excused briefly?
Before we bring the jury back, you can go ahead and do the call.
Just, we're gonna step out in the hallway.
Yep, that's fine. You can go out there. Ms. Royal, you can come back and take the witness stand. You can just sit here.
I don't even know if you need to. What do I find?
Your Honor, I'd like to apologize for speaking over you earlier.
was it?
testimony today, you want to make sure that you seal the deal, right?
What,
Remember saying that?
no, I don't remember saying that.
Judge, if she could orient the witness to the time and date of the statement.
Ms. James, please do that.
Mr. Orleans, do you remember speaking on the phone with Mr. Morris last night at 8:30 p.m.?
Yeah,
Okay, you remember telling him you're gonna kill it today?
yeah,
You're gonna kill it today, right?
yeah.
You remember telling him you're gonna seal the deal with your testimony, right?
I don't remember that as exact words, but yeah, that was me encouraging him that we were gonna get him home today. Absolutely. Because I feel that my testimony should carry some weight.
Judge, is there another question?
James, is your examination concluded?
No, sir, I guess I need to refresh your memory as to what she said. She said she doesn't remember saying she was gonna seal the deal with the testimony today.
Okay, sure, I don't understand what the relevance is.
Hold on, Mr. Rollins. Are you attempting to refresh your recollection with the audio recording?
Yes, sir.
Judge, she's agreed that if she said she's got, there's no,
I'm not sure there's anything to refresh at this point unless you're using it for another purpose.
So now she's agreeing that she said it, because before she didn't remember.
I don't remember if every single exact word that was said on that phone call. I was encouraging him that we were going to hopefully win today and get him home. That's what I was doing.
I don't have any further questions for him.
Feel free to
go
read.
ahead, Judge, they shouldn't shut it up.
Sorry.
She can be released.
Mr. Rollins, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day. You can call your next witness.
Well, Chase Morris.
Just wait for Mr. Rollins to clear out. Mr. Brady, right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be true?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed. Please speak loudly and clearly.
All right.
One moment. Is Ms. Rollins going to be recalled at any point during the trial?
Judge, I may call her in rebuttal, so.
So she's already been released.
Right, Ms. Rollins, the state might recall you as part of the rebuttal. Please step outside until all testimony is closed. You may proceed.
Mr. Morris, can you please introduce yourself to these people you've been staring at for the last 2 days?
I'm Chase Morris from Tallahassee, Florida.
Mr. Morris, you've been sitting here throughout all of this and heard everything, so you know what we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. It's fine.
And on the night of October 4th, 2019, what caused you to sprint out of the Circle K over in front of the truck?
What I heard coming out of the store was a guy yelling at my pregnant girlfriend. I mean, her sitting in the truck or not, she was, being yelled at and threatened as in that, if she didn't shut up, that he was going to make her. And at that point, me hearing that, I beeline to him. And
Let me slow you down there. So was there any particular individual that night that caused you to accelerate to that area of the parking or the gas pumps?
any particular individual, he did.
Who is he?
I'm not sure of his name, Thomas.
Mr. Tolar Thompson?
Yeah, Thompson, yes, sir.
And that's the gentleman who testified here in court?
Yes, sir, that's the man that was here first, yes, sir.
That's the fellow that had the wrist?
Yes, that's the fellow
this point, when you're sprinting out, do you know this guy?
No, sir. No, not at all.
And was your sense to cause you to start getting over in that area that quickly? What were you reacting to? Was it just your nature, just to physically exert yourself for no reason?
That's not at all. I reacted to something that I heard that was very violent, very aggressive, that I felt, I felt threatened by. I felt that I needed to put myself in between.
And so, now, was your girlfriend was seated in the truck?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why was she in danger then?
I'm not sure I understand.
All right, but you haven't done this whole have you?
I've never done this before. And sometimes it takes me a second to understand what you're saying.
Okay, that's all right. So, now this truck, that's your truck, isn't it? It's the one that everybody's been talking about?
Yeah, that's our truck. It's my truck, but we, I let her use it when she needs it, and, I can't afford to get her own vehicle yet.
All right, what kind of work do you do?
Sir?
What kind of work do you do for a living?
I don't know.
Objection relevance?
Overall. Let me ask that again.
Yes, sir.
What type of, so the jury can hear, what type of work do you do?
I own a roofing company. I started when I was 22.
Objection relevance?
And been going good for about 9, 10 years, something like that now. And just ups and downs, but it's been getting good. Got a lot of work from Thursday, Michael and Sally.
Relevance?
It's a little trouble city.
Already allowed testimony. Once he's finished speaking, the next question will occur.
And I got an office off of 331 that I just got. It's right on the main highway. It's storefront, so it's proud of it.
Now let me ask you a question. Do you have employees that work for you?
Object to relevance?
Sure, I do.
Staying at this point, stop speaking to Mr. Morris once the objection is sustained.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Judge, I've got a point I'm gonna make that I'll tie into this that relates to Mr. Morris. And this will
Get to the point.
do you employ people of color?
Yes, sir. We employ African American and Hispanics and Caucasians.
Okay.
And most of them are Hispanic.
And do you personally identify as white?
Yes, sir.
And African American people you identify as black?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, have you, in the 10 years that you had employees of color, have you been sued for discrimination?
I've never had a complaint. I've never had a complaint against my license.
Stay.
Oh, this morning, if you see my hand go up like that, just freeze.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And there's a little bit of delay and there's a buffer between you and the judge. When the judge speaks, you have an objection, you got to stop.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Just nervous and just stuff.
So, Mr. Morris, when you were over there, there's a section, and you've seen the video, where you can't see.
That's
No
correct.
camera angle that.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And you see you pacing a little bit and come back over.
Yes.
Why were you doing that? What was going on?
I was contemplating what his next move was going to be. His demeanor was so aggressive. I didn't know what. I know it doesn't show much in that tape, but what it was to me, it was.
Mr. Morris, you didn't know this person?
No.
And so what's going on in your mind after what you've heard from the minute that started you to kind of sprint over?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Morris, you need some tissues?
Okay, I got some of the things.
Mr. Morris, it's been stressful for you.
Good, no objection relevance.
Stay. Just give it a moment, Mr. Pumphrey, and resume your examination.
Ready.
Mr. Morris, as you're sprinting out there, what's running through your mind about this person? You don't know him, do you?
There's no telling. There's no telling what he.
What would happen to you?
I know it was gonna happen, I didn't know it was gonna happen to me, but I wouldn't let it happen to her.
What if he pulled out a gun?
That's what I'm saying, I mean, I
would object to speculation.
would have approached him anyways, probably.
Mr. Morris, I don't think he's here.
That's fine. Mr. Morris, once an objection is made, please stop speaking, wait for the ruling.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Your attorney will ask you the next question. Go ahead.
When you were in that blind spot, and you've seen the video, what was going through your mind? What was going through your mind and what happened? Explain to the members of the jury, not me. Tell them.
What was going through my mind was, I mean, what could happen? What is he about to do?
Were you upset?
Uh,
Were you upset?
yeah,
Were you
I'm
scared?
I don't get scared. I get scared, but like it turns into defense.
Well, I want to talk about this night.
Yes, sir.
Behind that gas.
Yes, I was, I mean, definitely by the way he was talking, I mean, there's no telling, it's FAMU homecoming, man, and there's no telling, FAMU homecoming.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Tallahassee?
My whole life, I was born and raised here.
So, did you punch Mr. Toller?
Yes, sir, I punched him in his mouth.
Okay. Did you punch him square in his mouth?
Damn right.
Why? Why? He said.
Because I felt like I needed to, man. What do you mean?
Well, did he do anything to cause you to do that, or did you just randomly hit him?
Yeah, I just picked some guy out of a crowd and hit him.
Okay, well, this isn't a time to be.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
There's serious stuff here.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Get out of yourself.
I'm sorry.
So when you ran across the parking lot, I noticed that you didn't hit the man when you ran over.
No, sir. I went up to went over to the scenario where it was going down and to ask to see what was going on, what to further, I guess, my investigation in my head.
You don't do many investigations, do you?
That's it.
All right. Well, were you trying to hit him, or did you react to something?
I reacted to his body language and his aggression-ness, in my opinion. The way he was talking was, I don't know how, I mean, just aggressive, and like his body language, it definitely, he kind of moved to me. I don't think he really like took two steps like Sierra said. It was more like maybe a step, and like kind of like, it was enough to make me think I needed to strike first. I mean, and that's what I did.
You believed you were about to be injured, or
I believe something was about to happen.
Okay.
I mean,
did you pick up a pipe?
Pipe? No, sir.
Did you pick up a baseball bat?
No, sir.
So you used non-lethal force.
Yes. I mean, I wasn't trying to hurt the man. If I was trying to hurt the man, I would have, or if it would have been a malicious attack, I would have jumped on him or something. I mean,
Well, the members of the jury heard you and your daddy talking on the phone.
Yeah.
And
I didn't, go ahead.
Be patient. So, did you go after him and get on top of him?
No, sir.
Did you hit him more than once?
No, sir.
The minute he went backwards, did you go over and try to jump on him?
No, sir. I stepped back. I mean, I hit him and he went down. The threat was eliminated.
You stepped back.
Yes, sir.
Even though you popped him in the mouth. Where in the mouth?
Yes, sir. I stepped back.
Were you still scared?
Yes. I mean,
okay, so now tell me it was the jury, not me.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was still scared. There's no telling what, after you get hit, what you would do.
Jason, you gotta slow down. All right.
I'm
Take a
sorry.
deep breath. All right. We need to slow this down for the jurors.
I'm fine. It's just a lot. Trying to defend myself.
Were you still scared when you went to get into your truck?
For sure.
Okay. And what were you thinking?
I mean, at that point, he has enough time to, he didn't get knocked out or anything, so he was getting back up. So there's enough time for him to grab anything if he had something,
So
to be able to.
So you didn't advance on him, he advanced on you.
He got up, I turned around and got in my truck.
Let me back up.
Okay.
At the point in time where you reacted and threw the punch,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you advancing on him, or was he advancing on you?
In my opinion, he advanced to me. Well, I mean, I'm walking up to him, so I'm talking. I'm right here in around him, you know, because I hear the way what he had said. So I'm over there, and then his progression made me progress. But I bet it could have been my progression that made him progress. I don't know. Just by me being over there, you know, like me being up there, it could have made him. You know, I don't know.
If you're wanting to hurt somebody, you gotta hurt them, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I can definitely
Were you trying to hurt the guy, or did you just react?
No, sir.
And
I mean, did you see his face? I mean, I didn't. His wrist. That's, you know.
Well, looking back on it now, though, you can see how things were miscommunicated or misunderstood, possibly.
For sure.
And does it make you feel good about what you did or anything? Or
Hell
you feel
no.
bad for Mr. Tolar Thompson?
For sure. I definitely feel bad, but I mean, then again, I did what I felt necessary at that time. I mean, I was with my mother of my child, you know.
Is this
She's
your
pregnant? I miss my little boy.
Is this your first child?
Should I go to object to relevant?
I was saying, Mr. Pumphrey, as it relates to the testimony about the child,
This
just needs
is
to
so
remain
much.
focused and directed. Take your time, Mr. Morris, to correct yourself.
I'm ready. Hold on.
He indicated he's ready, Mr. Pumphrey.
So he's blowing his nose.
I'm ready.
Now, if you sit before this jury, are you proud of what you did?
No, sir. I mean, I'm sitting in a courtroom like a convict.
Did you,
And I'm not.
after the punch, after the punch, when y'all got back in the car, how was Sierra acting? How were you feeling?
I mean, I was being quiet because she was hysterical.
And where did you guys go from there?
My buddy John Moore, I played football with him at Childs.
Slow that down.
I'm sorry, John Moore. He lives Fifth Avenue.
John, John, Moore,
John Moore.
Moore.
Yes, yes.
Do you know how to spell his last name?
I'm Moore. That's how you spell it.
And where did y'all go?
We went to Child's house. Oh, where did we go? We went to his house.
His house.
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury where.
I'm sorry, I feel comfortable
apologize.
talking to you. We went to his house off of Fifth Avenue
All right, and why did you go there?
because we were trying to avoid being followed if we were going to be followed. I mean, there's, you know, she was driving and I was just, you know.
Was it I'm going to ask you.
I kind of do what she says sometimes.
I want to ask you two questions. Was it due of the fear of getting in trouble or the fear of the unknown of somebody following?
It's probably the fear of unknown. Or probably no, it is the fear of unknown. Yeah.
And there
Of
was.
what's behind you. You know, you don't know what. I mean, it's Tallahassee, like I said, family homecoming. You don't know who's there. I mean, it's family homecoming.
So, Mr. Morris, as you've seen all this play out and everything else, you can understand why Mr. Toller would be upset.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
You would understand why Mr. Toller would be upset.
Yes, sir. For sure. I mean, I wouldn't wish that he'd have to have surgery on his hand. He didn't. I mean, at that point in time, I mean, don't deserve to have that kind of damage done, right? I mean,
but let me ask you this. But at the time, you saw the man get up,
right,
and you were pulling out,
right, and I'd already had struck him, so I didn't know what he's capable of or what he would do.
and so that's what kept y'all from going to the house around the
For sure. I mean, I lived literally like I could drive a golf ball there, or chip maybe 9-iron a golf ball there.
Okay, well, I don't compute that. I'm not going to ask the jury for that. And that gets into too depth of physics and everything else. But
yes, sir.
Is there?
I'm sorry.
And Sierra, you talked to her on the phone. You're still boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah, I love her very much. She's the mother of my child. I'd do anything for her and him.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
No further questions, tender the witness.
Cross-exam.
No, I can put it in.
James, please take your time in between questions.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, is this funny to you?
Is what happened to Mr. Thompson funny?
Well,
No,
all
ma'am,
of it.
No, none of this is funny.
Why do you keep laughing? Just
I
like a
guess
nervous laughter, or do you think it's
It's-
funny?
No, it's definitely a nervous, like at the end of a cry laugh, I guess. I don't like I'm laughing, actually. I didn't know I was.
Well, you remember the defense having to tell you this is a serious thing, right?
I don't recall what he had asked me or what I had responded, how I responded. I'm sorry.
But you do understand that
This is
Mr.
not a
Thompson
laugh.
was seriously injured by you. You understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, I understand that. Not here to dispute
What
that.
is, you keep bringing up that it was FAMU homecoming. What's so scary to you about FAMU homecoming?
I mean, I'm from Tallahassee, and so I know Family Homecoming is probably the highest arrest, and every year probably during that time. There's a lot of bad stuff goes on in Family Homecoming.
And why is that?
Um,
Because of the type of people?
no, I don't know. Statistically, I don't know.
Okay, so to you, FAMU homecoming is just scary. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's a lot of black people?
No, ma'am.
I'm not joking.
I understand that, but I see where you're going with that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, you keep bringing it up like it's scary. So I'm just trying to understand is FSU homecoming scary to you?
Not as bad, no, ma'am. I think a lot of people would agree with me
I didn't
on
ask
that.
a question.
I was finishing my statement. Yes, ma'am.
Had you had anything to drink that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why was Sierra driving your car and not you?
She always drives. She drives, I drive. It's kind of we share the car.
Hmm.
She likes to drive because she doesn't really get to drive a lot because I'm always working. So she loves to drive it. I don't blame her.
You said you were nervous. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are you nervous because you've sat here this whole time?
I'm nervous because I have a bunch
Hold
of
on,
people
I'm not
looking
done
at
yet.
me.
Hold on one second. Okay, just
Yes,
give me a
ma'am.
minute. Are you nervous because you've been sitting here this whole time, right?
I've been sitting there the whole time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hearing what everybody has to say, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you nervous because you and Sierra are the only two people telling the story?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you nervous because the evidence doesn't match what you're saying?
That's not accurate. And I feel like I'm nervous because I have a bunch of people staring at me. And this is something I've never done before,
Are you
Wow.
nervous because you did something really bad and now you had to basically come up with an excuse for why you did it?
No, ma'am, I'm not coming up with an excuse. I'm nervous probably because it depends on whether I'm free or not. And my boy needs me.
All right, I'll ask my question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to go to the video. Let's talk about that.
Says no records found.
Just wait, Mr. Morris.
Okay, yes, sir.
Remember when we were watching the inside of the store footage when Miss Roylance was testifying?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was clear that you kind of like to run your mouth a little bit, don't you?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
As in, like, what do you mean by run my mouth? Because you kind of say it like it's derogatory, like I've run my mouth as in talking trash to somebody or something. Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
You already answered. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, and for the record, I'm just going to fast forward to the relevant part.
Judge, is there a reason we're using this? Is it refreshing recollection?
This is my cross, so this is my cross-examination,
Hold
Judge.
on one moment. Mr. Pumphrey, please stop speaking. Members of the jury, we're going to excuse you for a few moments and bring you back. Please be seated. Mr. Pumphrey, the video is in evidence. What exactly is the objection?
Judge, I agree it's in evidence. I just don't know why the prosecutor is just stopping and playing with the video. She's on cross-examination. If she's got an impeachment issue, if that's why she did that, I'd just like to know the purpose of why she's presenting any evidence.
James?
Because it's my cross, and the entire direct talked about what he did outside, and I have questions specifically about certain points in the video, just like I did with Ms. Roylance and Mr. Thompson and Ms. Wiggins. It wasn't an issue with any other witness, but now it's an issue with him.
So the direct testimony does not match what's on the video.
Correct, and I have questions about that.
On that basis, then, Mr. Pumphrey, there's a reason to use the video.
That's all I need. All I need, Judge, but I will put on the record that just because it's your cross, we all still apply the rules of evidence. So those kind of comments are unnecessary, they're unprofessional, they're not needed, and my fuse is getting short on.
We don't need the back and forth. Please bring the jurors back.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, may I ask my questions from the council table, just so I can use the video?
If that's going to be easier to get through the video.
Yes, sir, I think it will be.
Jury entering the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone can be seated. You can continue with your examination, Ms. James.
Thank you, Judge. I'm just fast forwarding to get to the portion. Mr. Morris, you see yourself on the video, right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That is after I heard heard that man yelling.
Okay. And you see the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why
I
don't
see
you
his
just,
car.
why don't you just get in the car and leave?
Because I don't know, my brain didn't think that way.
So your brain told you to go and confront somebody when you could have just gotten in the car and left?
I mean, to a degree, that's what my brain thought. I mean, I hear someone yelling very violently towards the mother of my child that's pregnant. I'm gonna pursue. I'm not the kind of guy to run.
Okay, but the mother of your child who's pregnant is sitting in the car that you're about to run past, right?
I got that. Yes, ma'am. I'm putting myself in between him and her.
In
I mean,
between
I
him and-
understand what you might have done, but that's not what I did.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say
Well,
that.
it sounds like that.
Mr.
In
Morris,
between-
hold on.
Yes, sir.
Only
Sorry.
respond to the question that you're being asked. You don't need to direct any comments to Ms. James. Please wait for the next question.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You're saying that you put yourself in between Miss Roylance and Mr. Thompson, but would you agree that Miss Roylance is in the safety of your truck, right?
Depending on what, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you thought in that moment it's better to go confront this person than just get in the car and leave?
At that time, yes, ma'am.
Does that make any sense to you?
It did at that time, and truthfully, that's the kind of person I am. I feel like I don't think I would.
The type of person that needs to go confront somebody?
No, that would defend his woman and his kid.
Defend what though? She's in the car.
The way he was talking made me feel that way.
But he didn't make any movements towards her, right?
At this point in time, I'm running towards something that I've heard.
And you didn't even know that he was back there, did you?
No, yeah, I could see him.
Did you know Miss Wiggins was back there? Or did you just know you heard shouting?
I didn't see her car. My truck's too big.
Okay. Okay, you see yourself, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit. So you can see what you just did. 1 second. All right, watch closely for me, okay?
Okay.
All right, see how you step right there?
Yeah, that's me picking up someone in my peripherals to make sure that's not the threat. Even though, coming out of a situation, looking to make sure nothing's behind me, checking my peripherals as I'm pursuing a situation.
So when
Kind of
you
like natural.
so when you stop and turn,
Mhm.
why don't you just turn and get back in the car? At this point,
Like I said, I was. I'm not sure. My brain didn't think that way that night.
okay?
I didn't
And
think-
at this point,
I don't think I would ever think that way. I don't know. I don't know.
I know. And at this point, he's not doing anything to you, right? Because you're way over there.
No, he's very aggressive at this point. There's no audio. I mean, he's definitely yelling. I mean, he's been aggressive the whole, when I come out here and the way he was talking, I mean, at this point in time, I don't remember if he was talking right then where I was standing. I mean, this is a very fast thing. I mean, there's probably
We can
6 or
slow it down
7
a little.
words.
I can slow it down some. And I'll do that when I keep
I'm
playing
saying
it.
when something like this
Okay.
happens, it's very fast.
I
It's
see.
not like, hey, let me think. Should I get in my car? Should I do this? Should I do that? You don't have time to think like that. It's reaction. It's based on what your instincts as a human are.
All because he's yelling?
Yes, ma'am. The way he was yelling it, yes.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. All he's doing is yelling. He's not making a move towards you at this point, right?
He is threatening with his words very, very heavily.
And you agree you could have just gotten back in that truck.
My body could have definitely turned around and gotten that truck. Yes.
Okay. And you agree, Miss Roylance, she's nowhere near you, right?
She's about 10 feet from me.
She's in the car, right?
That's 10 feet from me.
In the car?
Yes,
Okay, but yet you're supposedly protecting her?
for sure.
Okay.
Like I said, if he'd have had a gun, what if he'd have pulled that out of his pocket? Because I already had pursued it that far.
But he didn't have a gun though, did he?
But I'm saying, what if?
Were you thinking about that when you ran up to him?
For sure.
Then why did you run up to him?
Because that's who I am. I don't run from stuff like that. I'm sorry.
Would you agree that he was behind a gas pump before you even got over there?
He was kind of to the side of the gas pump. Like, see how there's an angle on 1 to 5?
Yeah,
he's standing outside of the gas pump. You just can't tell from that angle.
towards the back of his car, like where the gas
To
pump
the
is,
front of the
right?
car.
The
To the front
furthest
of the
part
car. To the front of the car.
Okay, pumping his gas.
No, I don't think he was pumping at that time. I'm not sure.
So if
I
Mr.
don't know.
Orland, you don't know, okay. All right. But at this point, he's done nothing to you aside from words, is what you're saying.
At this point where I'm standing right there, yes, I don't think he has made his approach towards me yet. I think as I get closer, that's when his step comes, or his body language, his aggression.
Would you agree that you confronted him? Right?
Depending on what you would say confronted, because he yelled saying "shut the fuck up" as a confrontation. So I think he confronted us as us first. for
Mr.
sure.
Morris, did he physically confront you, yes or no?
Yes,
When?
when I was in front of him, close enough to punch.
Right, but when you confronted him is what I'm saying. You confronted him
Like I said, it
first.
could have been me progressing the situation because of what he said to make him make a step towards me. My body, what I processed and saw was him coming at me, but it could have been from me pursuing what he had said to her, if that makes any sense to you.
No, it doesn't.
Judge,
So
that's argumentative.
Overruled. Your client has already been instructed once only to answer the question. He keeps providing extra.
Mr. Morris, this right here, you don't call that confronting him? Running from the front of the store to him, that's confronting him, right? You confronted him.
He confronted her first.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did by his tone of voice, his aggression. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But physically, he never.
Did I physically do anything to him right there? No, ma'am, I did not. I'm merely running up to a situation.
A situation that you created, right?
How did I create it when he's the one that said something first? Why are you?
Morris, answer the question. You're not asking any questions of the prosecutor.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Re-ask me that, please.
Yes, sir. A situation that you created.
No, ma'am, I did not create.
When you went up to him.
I did not create that situation whatsoever.
Let me ask you this. What would have happened had you just gotten in that car and left?
Chances are I wouldn't be sitting right here talking to you.
And how do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
What makes you think that? He never pulled a gun or a weapon or anything on you, right?
He did not. No, ma'am, he did not.
He never even raised a fist
I didn't
at
give him
you.
that chance, ma'am. Do you understand that? That's how someone like me responds to a situation. You don't give someone a chance for it to be bad on you. I don't.
Right. You respond.
That is a natural instinct, ma'am.
You respond very aggressively. Would you agree with that?
Because I'm trying to explain to you that you don't seem to understand.
That's
I'm not
a
trying to be
question.
aggressive, and I don't appreciate you turning me around like that.
Had you gotten in that car?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
All right. So right here, you would agree with me. You turned around and now you're going back towards him, right?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right here. You walk away from him again, don't you?
I'm standing, checking my surroundings. Yes, ma'am. I'm
Still-
doing a circle. It's kind of like, I don't know how. I'm not walking away. I'm checking what's surround me. Like I said, that's like 101, as in a situation. You always are looking around.
So in all the times that you had to check your surroundings, you couldn't just go get back in the truck and leave?
Yes, ma'am. I could have, and I wish I
And
would
you
have.
chose not
I wish
to, right?
I wish I would have. I wish I would have. I really do.
But instead, you made a choice
That's correct.
for
I made
the
a
second
choice.
time
I
to
made a
turn
choice.
back towards him, but this time you put your hands on him, right?
I'm sorry. Re-ask me that.
So this is the second time now that you've turned around and walked away from
Okay.
him, right?
I didn't turn around and walk away. I kind of did a pivot to look. It's kind of not really walking away.
Okay, I'm gonna
still
rewind it.
engaged.
I'm gonna rewind it. All right. So here you are running towards him. You
Yes,
stop, you turn around, right? You saw that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was the first time. Now you're confronting him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you
Checking
just
around me.
you turned around and stepped away from him again, right?
A step is not walking away. Like I said, that is me turning around and checking my surroundings.
Okay. But would you agree that?
That's pretty obvious.
Would you agree though that when you took a step away from him,
Mhm.
you had your back to him, right?
No, I had my shoulder to him.
Okay, and he didn't do anything to you then when you had your back to him, right?
Not that I could see.
He
I mean,
could've-
I didn't see. I was looking to my eyes off of him, which
And would
isn't
you
smart.
would you agree that if he wanted to do something to you, he could have when you turned around? He could have caught you off guard,
That would have probably been his ideal time to strike.
and he didn't, did he?
He did when as I turned back around, his approach, maybe he was too slow. I mean, he was inebriated. Was he not? He had a band that said he was at
At a cigar bar.
at a
You remember
cigar
hearing
bar.
that?
Yeah, I know
Okay.
a cigar bar, and he did say he drank too.
He said he had one drink. You remember that?
How many times have you heard that, ma'am?
Mr. Morris, you're not asking questions. Please answer. And when you're ready, we'll move on.
I'm ready. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
All right, so you approach him. You turn back towards him. Would you agree with that at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that I think earlier you testified that y'all were standing closer towards the front of his car. Do you remember that like a few questions ago?
That was where he was standing. It's not where we were standing. I happened to be in between the two cars doing my turn to the right. When I looked when I looked back, he was probably right there by his, right behind his passenger door as to where I'm looking like I am now.
Well, he was.
So
who
he
are
has
you-
moved since I'd said, when I had said what you just said, I said, as in where he was standing, that he's obviously changed positions in this particular frame.
But we're looking at the front of his car though, right?
I know, but when you asked me where I saw him standing was not this point in the clip. It was 7 seconds before that. 10 seconds, or I'm not sure how much time.
Okay, so if it's your testimony that at some point he was at the front of his car and then he moves towards the back, we would have seen that, right?
This is, do you see where the gas pumps are sitting and where this angle is? I mean, and like geometry, I mean, like you're losing visual right there. I mean, there's a good probably 4 feet from the end of that gas pump, maybe 2 foot that he could be standing in, that you would think that he's still behind the gas pump.
You would agree that we never see him moving at all in this frame, right? He never comes out.
You don't see him much at all in this clip at all. All you see is me, and
Right.
I think that's why we're
Right,
using
that's what
this.
I'm saying.
Mhm.
You never see him come out from outside of that gas pump, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So any movement that you're saying he makes, it's in that little gas pump area.
Well, that gas pump is probably 3.5 foot wide. From this angle, you probably got about 5 feet. So he's got about 5 feet and moving.
All right, I want to
which
talk about when
way.
you
Either
punch
which
him.
way. I just don't understand.
I didn't ask a question.
Please wait, Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Use your face
Oh,
cover.
yes, sir.
When you punch him, you back up, don't you?
That's correct.
And you stand there for a
That's
little
correct.
bit, right?
That is correct.
Right? Why would you do that if he was such a threat?
Kind of in shock a little bit still. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, how long of a second is that? Am I standing there? Can you tell me? Because
Sure, let's rewind it. Give me 1 second. All right.
that's me walking over, back it up. That's like 8 seconds.
You're still standing there. Hold on. All right. So
Still looking. I don't know.
I guess my question to you is, if he is such a threat, hold on.
Yeah.
If she is such a threat, why are you still standing there waiting for him to get up?
Like I said, I don't know. I mean, how do you, I know the right things to do in a scenario that happens very,
Can
very
you
fast
answer my
like that.
question, though?
How do you know which,
Mr. Morris, please respond to the actual question.
okay, I'm
I'll
sorry.
ask it again, okay?
Okay,
If he is such a threat to you and to
Correct.
Sierra and to your unborn child, Ms. Roylance, I'm sorry, and your unborn child, why?
did I not jump in the truck?
No. Hold on. Why, after you punch him, do you back up and you stand there? You wait for him to get up. Why are you doing that if he's such a threat to you?
I guess I'm still analyzing. I don't know. I mean, I have processing issues, so a lot of times
Okay.
I move differently.
Mr. Morris, it's because you wanted to fight. That's why you did that.
That's
right?
If I wanted to fight, I would have jumped on him.
Well, you hit him, right?
I would have jumped on him and fought him. I didn't want to fight. How can
Right.
you say that? Just by me
I'm
standing
done with
there?
my
I
question.
don't understand.
Thank you for your answer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Watch this part real close for me, okay?
Okay.
All right. You see how is that Sierra or Miss Roylance? I'm sorry, getting out of the truck?
That is my beautiful woman. That is Sierra.
And you remember her testifying that she was real scared of him too, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree she's walking over to where you and him are,
She feels
right?
pretty protected when she's around me.
Oh, no, I'm asking. You would agree that even though she's so scared, she's now gotten out of the truck and walked over to where the supposed threat
To
is,
get me out of the situation, she backs me up like I back her up. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
even though she's so scared, right?
I mean, in that time, I'm the father of her child. Wouldn't you back him up if he's
Don't
already-
ask me a
Mr. Morris,
question. I asked the
We're
question.
not asking questions. Please
I-
respond.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
All right, watch this part real close for me when you get a chance. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. You see her standing in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree? Look at her hand. You see her hand pointed up like that?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me that she's telling you to get back in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that she has to tell you that because you want to fight Mr. Thompson? You're waiting for him, right?
No, ma'am. That is not correct. That's not why I would be standing there. Like I said, if I wanted to have fought him, I would have hit him and then got on top of him. You don't just, like, who hits somebody and lets them stand back up?
Well, you did hit him,
No, I'm
right?
saying who hits them and then lets them stand back
Mr.
up and
Morris,
they're trying
we're
to
not
fight.
asking questions. Please
I'm sorry.
respond.
I don't even realize I'm doing that. I'm sorry.
At the same point where Miss Roylance is pointing at you to get in the car, do you see Mr. Thompson?
I do.
Okay. Watch this clip for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, do you see him run after you?
He is not running after me, no, ma'am.
Okay. At any point, do you even see him try to defend himself at all against you?
He probably, I guess that
You didn't
hurt.
see him do that though, right? That's my question, is you
Judge,
didn't see that.
Can the witness be allowed to
Yes.
answer the
Ms.
question?
James,
And Judge, at
please
this point, I'm
wait.
going to object.
Hold on. Ms. James, please wait for the answer and make your objection, Mr. Mumford.
I'm going to object to badgering the witness and argumentative.
Sustained as the argumentative. Please move on, Ms. James.
Can I ask the last question that he was answering? Okay.
Go ahead.
You didn't see him come after you at all after you had punched him, right?
No, I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
Okay.
See that him standing right there, there's no telling what he's about to do. Like, he's by his trunk.
Do you remember him testifying?
Do I remember him
Do
testifying?
you remember him testifying today?
It was
Or
yesterday.
yesterday, I'm sorry.
Yes, I remember him.
Do you remember him testifying that he was trying to take a picture of your tag?
Oh, see, I mean,
You don't remember that?
No, I remember that. I remember that
Okay.
fully. He said he couldn't actually get a clear picture of it
Right, because
So
you
he
were
didn't have
taken out of
my
the
tag.
parking lot so fast.
so fast. I mean, watch the next car go by. It goes about the same
Morris,
speed as
you're
mine.
only answering the question.
Would you agree that you and Miss Roylance pulled out of that parking lot pretty fast?
Pulled out of it anytime, pretty normal. You're pulling onto a 45-mile-an-hour highway. You kind of have to get out of there quick. Like I said, watch the next car that goes by after mine. See if it's not going the same speed.
Would you agree that Mr. Thompson never once, not a single time, touched you?
He did not touch me, no, ma'am.
Would you
I did
agree
not
that-
give him a chance
You never gave him a chance, right?
not to touch me. His body was coming at me aggressively, like his first, I mean, I already explained myself.
I hear you saying that, but you could have walked away, right?
Yes, ma'am, I could have.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Don't you think I wish I
Wait,
would
I
have
didn't
walked
ask a
away now?
question. I
Morris,
did not
you're
ask a
not
question.
Asking questions.
I'm sorry.
When you refer to Mr. Thompson, what do you refer to him as?
Mr. Thompson?
Okay, have you ever referred to him by his race?
No, ma'am. Or, as black man, yes, as a black man.
Not a black man. What have you referred to him as? I
A
get what
black
you're saying
man.
with black man, but
A-
what exactly did
Judge,
you
this is
say?
argumentative. The witness
Members
needs
of the
time.
jury, hold on.
A
Mr.
black man, just
Humphrey.
as he
Hold
would
on,
call me a
Mr.
white
Morris,
man. Hold on.
stop talking. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break again for 5 minutes, perhaps longer. Bailiffs, please take the members of the jury out.
Y'all are you in the long way.
Please be seated.
Can I throw these tissues away? Or can I throw these tissues away?
You can. Just hand them to the bailiff. Mr. Pumphrey, your client has already testified to employing black people. I'm not sure why, but for whatever reason, that door was already entered into for some reason. What is your objection?
I can't hear you.
He said your client has already testified to employing black people. I'm not sure why, but for whatever reason, that path was already started down upon. What is your objection?
The objection at this point
Yes.
is being argumentative and not allowing the witness to answer the question. And just this the witness that we haven't been allowed to go. We can't get into the fact that he has severe dyslexia, he has auditory and visual processing issues, and rapid fire questions that he starts an answer is not working. I'm surprised he's doing as well as he is. I'm surprised he told nothing of this. James
Ms.
is
James,
answering, but she's going after him in a very angry tone, an aggressive manner, and, he's trying to process everything. So all I was doing is asking to allow him to answer.
Mr. James, it pertains to the pacing, I believe. We've already established this out of the presence of the jury. And that's
I'm doing my
why-
best, Judge.
I know, but that's why I advised you before you got started. It cannot be your normal cadence. As far as the issue of whether this is argumentative, again, Mr. Pumphrey, your client has testified to employing black people, which I guess is trying to indicate some sort of positive relationship. I'm not going to let this get out of hand, but Ms. James, if this starts to go beyond what he has referred to the alleged victim as, all I'm going to say is tread carefully.
Yes, sir, I will, but I guess I do want to say, Judge, and I think you already noticed it, on direct examination, without me saying anything, right? We already discussed this N-word situation and the fact that he refers to him as that black man. Why in the world defense would get up on direct examination and start talking about how he employs black people, which to me, and I'm sure to this jury and to others in this courtroom, indicates that he doesn't have a problem with black people. And I am allowed, that door is open. Now, I'm not going to say the N-word, but I am going to ask him about it.
Limited questioning at most needs to occur on this issue. Beyond that, the objection as to argumentative is overruled for now. If this gets too far afield, I am going to shut it down, Ms. James. So we're clear.
Yes, sir. I guess, would you like to know what my questions are so that I can know?
I don't need to know them.
Okay.
Pumphrey, you can object as need be. Go ahead,
Judge,
sir.
I just, while we've got the jury out, I want to clarify a couple of things. The state is correct. I did go into the fact that he employs people of color.
Yes, you
I
did.
did also go into the fact that he identifies as white, he identifies African Americans as black. And so that door is wide open. I didn't just open it, I kicked it open. Okay, and so if she wants to get in that tape, she can bring it. In fact, if she wants to bring it, if she wants to play the portion she's seeking, that's fine, but I'm worried about this young man. He's holding up better than I would have expected. I didn't know how to do it. And in working with him and stuff, it's amazing he's hanging with it, but she can't rapid fire him like that. He can't respond and process it, and he's trying. And she gets mad at his answers, and he's still answering them and trying to process them and answer them truthfully. And so I
We've
do
already
want to go
discussed
into.
the pacing. So we've already discussed the pacing. Ms. James has acknowledged she needs to slow down.
Yes, sir, you have. The judge, I do want to go into, though, on cross-examination, the state went into his brain and his brain thinking. And the state opened that door. And I would respectfully request that I be allowed to walk through it, at least advise this jury, because he was getting pounded so much. He said, I've got process. He's trying to explain what's going on in his mind at that time on that video. He's having to process the video, auditory, visual. He's having to process what she's saying, auditory, visual. He's having to listen, and the court is well aware of this, because I'm sitting here just amazed. He keeps asking questions. He's not being disrespectful. He's being very respectful, but he has processing issues. And so he has anxiety. He has a lot of things, and that's what, is the jury is seeing, but the jury doesn't know that. I'd like to be allowed some leeway to just let them know he has these problems. And the state's going to pry out the brain.
No.
What's going on in your brain?
Can I respond to that, Judge?
Briefly, go ahead.
And we can have the court reporter read it back. He straight up said, despite this court's order, which is why I brought this up while he was in here, he straight up said, I have processing issues. And I immediately was like, okay, so we're just so no, we don't need to go through that anymore. He's already said it, but we don't need to, keep on going through it. I never once said, does your brain work? That doesn't make any sense. I never implied that he couldn't understand. In fact, I think he's doing quite a good job understanding my questions and responding, which is why I'm going the way that I am, because I think he's doing just fine with me. But no, I think it's wholly inappropriate to do what he's already done, but I don't think we need to harp on that anymore. It's inappropriate.
During the direct testimony, Mr. Pumphrey, I do remember your client making mention of processing. Beyond that, we're not going to get any further into it. The ruling remains the same. Any sort of disability that would otherwise confuse the jury concerning his competence or ability to otherwise conform his behavior to what is lawful, we're not going down that road.
Yes, sir. I understand. And Judge, I want to make it clear on the record, and I know the court sees this. He's not, and I can't explain it. I don't know it. But he keeps asking questions, and if there's a gap area, he gets nervous and he starts to ask things. And then he'll be very respectful and apologize to the court. He's apologized to Ms. James. He's apologized to everybody in here, I think. He just, and that's part of it. And I'm abided by the court's ruling. I'm not questioning that. I'm just making the record clear because he's done an amazing job. I really did not think he would hold up at all.
Mr. Morris, do you need any water? Do you need additional time?
I have
to take a
some.
break?
Thank you so much.
Judge, so I don't cause a mistrial. I do plan on asking him if he's ever used a racial slur in reference to this victim. Based on the defense doing what they did, I do plan on asking that. If he says no, he says no. But I think if he says no, that's grounds for, impeachment. And there is an officer that will testify to that. They can cross her, obviously, on the fact that it wasn't, mentioned in her report. But they opened that door by trying to bring out his relationship with Black people. And I mean, it just is what it is.
We advise you to tread carefully.
I will,
If you end
Judge.
up in a mistrial, ultimately, that's what will happen.
I will, Judge.
Judge, there is some language that comes to mind, though, goading. And we need to be very careful here on this one.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Oh, and just one other thing. I'm not questioning the cross-examination theory, but the law is that you can stand your ground and not a conflict avoidance theory, which the state is presenting to this jury in cross-examination.
Understood. Well, in final argument, it's one thing to ask, could you have left? As far as a proper instruction on the law, it will be what's in the instructions.
Yes, sir.
It's a lot to be catching.
You can sit down, Mr. Morris, for right now.
Oh, yes, sir.
Jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. James, you can continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Morris, what do you refer to Mr. Thompson as?
Mr. Thompson,
Have you ever referred to him using his race?
as a black man, yes, I did.
Okay, what have you called him in terms of as a black man?
A black man.
Objection asked and answered. I think we're treading on thin ice.
A black man.
That black man, have you called him that before?
I don't know. I don't.
Have you referred to him as that black man several times?
I haven't really had many conversations with the guy.
I don't mean with him, I just mean in general.
Oh,
Have you ever referred to him as that black man?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you ever used a racial slur when you're talking about Mr. Thompson?
Objection. Well, Judge, this is the issue.
You just talked about
the Board
this.
addressed. And it goes
Ruled
directly at.
no.
I'm not sure. I mean, like,
It's just a yes or a no. Have you or have you
I
not?
don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Cross exam.
Come on with John.
Okay. Or redirect, excuse me.
Mr. Morris?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
were
sir.
you in that get at the Circle K that we've just watched the video time and again?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a lawful right to be there as a citizen?
Oh, for sure.
And is that here in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir.
And in the state of Florida, you understand you have no duty to retreat in those circumstances.
Yes, sir. I don't think I would.
You understand too that what the state's crossing you on is called a conflict
Judge,
avoidance
he's not a legal
theory.
expert. That's inappropriate.
Okay, yes, sir.
Sustained.
You understand your ground law.
Judge, he's not, this is not appropriate for him.
Sustained. Is there any basis your client has to respond to these questions, Mr. Pumphrey?
Judge, I'll move on. We need to finish up. Now, as far as the questions the state was asking, okay, at the time that you're pivoting and watching your surroundings or however you described it,
Yes, sir.
when you turned around, was Mr. Tolar Thompson advancing himself on you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, at some point, did you feel like you needed to pop him in the mouth?
That's
to
what
back him off?
his aggression or his pursuing is what I felt. That's exactly that's how I felt, was how his body moved. I mean,
You described
I'm sorry.
that you said that when the state was pressing you, there's about 5 feet that can't be seen clearly on the video.
Yes, sir. If not, maybe more, maybe 6 feet.
Okay. And you were, the state was questioning you about things that, you could have gotten the truck. He equally could have pulled a gun. Right?
Exactly.
You said 10 feet from your girlfriend. That it doesn't take but a split second to close that gap, does it?
Maybe a second.
And were you concerned for your own safety? Doesn't mean you're not scared, but were you concerned for your own safety when you were putting yourself between him and your girlfriend?
Of course, that's a thought that goes through your head, but you try to block that out.
As we've watched all this video, have you at any instance done anything other than walk, except for that one time?
Sorry, say that again?
In all the video, the whole time you were at the store, were you walking the whole time until you heard the threat?
Yes.
Okay. And were you, even though you ran over there, and you were walking around checking your surroundings, you didn't know if he had somebody with him, you weren't paying attention to this person before you ran out there?
No, sir.
And there are people milling around, there's homeless people.
There's a lot of people in that area. You got Lake Ella right there, and right behind the Circle K is there's a pathway for TPD, but there's also like a little valley where a lot of homeless people chill out, I think.
Just a moment. All right.